every single one of Congress and security retailers to work on that. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Melanie, thank you for that. Joining me now is Minnesota Democratic Congresswoman Kelly Morrison. Congressman, thank you so much for being here, especially being everything that you and your colleagues are dealing with. You were a friend of state representative, and I want to start off with how you're remembering her and processing things at this time.
Yeah, you know, she was my beloved colleague, as was Senator Hortman, for 6 years, the time that I was in the state legislature. Melissa, we lost one of the great ones. Melissa Hortman was just an unusual leader. She was often the smartest person in the room, but you'd never know it because she was so understated and humble. But she was a master legislator, an outstanding negotiator. She had a wicked sense of humor. She was kind. She was a mentor to many, including me. And it's just a tremendous loss for our community and our state. And John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, thank goodness they survived surgery and are hopefully recovering. We're praying for their full recovery. And of course, we also mourn the loss of Melissa's husband, Mark. It's a devastating time in Minnesota.
And then, of course, there is the fact that police described that the suspect had the names of 45 state and local lawmakers, including some home.
Hey, Michael Jackson.
Were included on that list.
How are you, Mike?
After that information.
Michael, do you want me to take you to see Michael Jackson's house one day? The last house he lived in? I can take you there.
We think of as, you know, local leaders.
You want to go there one day? You want me to show you Michael Jackson's old house one day?
You know, I spent most of my career.
I've been there. I'll take you.
Riot and,
Yes, we'll go one day.
heightened political rhetoric and violence has occurred.
I can't say when, but one day we'll go.
Provide reproductive health
I've been
care.
there.
So I've been on lists before.
We won't be able to go in, but we'll be outside the gates.
It's kind of emboldened. I'm not afraid. But this is a watershed moment for our country. We have to decide right now that this is not acceptable. We cannot normalize this, and we need political leaders from both sides of the aisle to unequivocally call out an end that this is not acceptable. Political violence is not the way, and we need to tone down the rhetoric. There cannot be any more heightened rhetoric. Social media, elected officials.
How's your day been, Michael Jackson? What you up to? Where you at? What you eat today? What did you cook for dinner? I'm about to make dinner. What did you eat today? What did you eat?
Police over security concerns and shootings, and some of these lawmakers have told us that the meeting was tense. When you have an opportunity, what questions do you have for these security officials? And have you gotten any assurances in the interim about the way that you can be kept safe, not only at home but here in Washington?
Well, I have to call out.
You ate chicken strip? Wow. Well. Skibbity edit.
Overtime.
Skibbity edit. What did you eat today?
To track down this assassin.
Happy Juneteenth from being free from being slaves. Thank you, Starlet.
I still have a squad car in front of my house right now, and I'm just so much.
Thank you so much. I was never a slave though, but thank you.
About the reality that we're facing in the United States right now, and I think it is important that legislators are safe. You know, one of the things that we have to remember is this isn't just an attack on legislators. This is an attack on the American people.
Are you cooking? Yeah, I'm about to cook.
Being represented, it compromises people.
I'm about to cook. I gotta clean up first.
In fact, I'm willing to run for office.
Yeah, we're gonna start cooking.
People to run for office, and we need to make sure that people know they can be safe.
You mentioned about trying to turn the temperature down when it comes to political. How do you do that?
Well, I think it starts from the top. We need the president and leadership in the House and the Senate to unequivocally call for an end to political violence and to call an end for heightened rhetoric that calls for violence. That is just full stop needs to happen right now. And I think all of us as Americans need to pause and think before we share a tweet or a post. And we need to get back to having conversations with each other. I've been talking about a kindness revolution. I really think we need to be good to each other. We need to take care of each other. This is what most Americans are. And
We all operate differently, y'all.
in this moment. I think it's incredible.
We all operate
You
differently.
mentioned that it needs to start at the top. Governor Walz said that it's not heard for President Trump since the shootings. He has condemned the shootings, but I'm sure you saw this. The president told ABC News, when asked about this situation, he described it as being a terrible governor, that he's a grossly incompetent person. But I gave him
Can I get that one piece of Tupperware? That was used to dump out the mop water, the water that was built up in the tank. I just walked it up. I can clean like that. It was giving you a good point, but
my God, to care for every American, and he should set aside any kind of political differences.
all that black stuff was in there.
Bad taste from campaigns, and care for the people of Minnesota. That's an example of the kind of behavior that needs to stop right now.
Did you get the sense at all that President Trump's interested in turning down the political?
I'm cooking some chicken. I'm gonna sizzle some chicken over the top of the stove. Put some sausages in there as well. Cut some sausages up. Then I'm gonna make some gravy with it. I'm gonna add some beef broth. You'll be able to see the whole thing, guys. I'm gonna show you all the entire thing. Let me zoom in a little so y'all can see. I'm gonna show you the entire thing.
Right, Congresswoman Kelly Morrison, I know you and your colleagues are dealing with so much right now as you deal with the aftermath of this shooting. Thank you so much for being here. Coming up, Israel and Iran both expand their attacks, further escalating this conflict, raising fears of a wider war.
I am making some potatoes.
Plus, the Trump administration
These potatoes.
house operations in some work sites, including 8 packing plants and restaurants. What means for the president's mass deportation for ahead of Washington.
You make me happy. You're right beside me.
That follows overnight strikes on the Israel and meanwhile, Israel is expanding its operation in Iran, targeting the country's oil facilities and military sites. Israel is also claiming air superiority over Tehran, saying they can fly over the Iranian capital without taking major threats. And there was a stunning moment in Iran today as an explosion abruptly interrupted a TV anchor during a live broadcast. You could hear the blast as the building shook and smoke filled the screen. Israel confirmed the strike, calling the Iranian broadcaster a source of propaganda. Speaking of the leaders in the G7...
Go in the cave before I wreck the fuck out your ass. Go in there. Stop looking around folks and shit. Lay the fuck down. Nobody want no motherfucking dog all around them. This chicken already seasoned. The chicken already seasoned. I'm gonna do some of this too. The chicken is already seasoned. So first, you're gonna get these potatoes together. We're gonna peel the potatoes first.
Are people bracing for another night of Iranian airstrikes?
Yeah, it's been a relatively quiet day by the standards of the last 4 days. Again, this is the 4th day that we've seen these back and forth between Iran and Israel. You mentioned that there were airstrikes, that there were warnings and sirens in the north of the country. That's where around Haifa there are a lot of strategic assets that the Israelis have, military-related sites. Of course, here in Tel Aviv there are many as well. But today we managed to avoid hearing anything in the way of sirens or explosions. That was very different from overnight last night. We did hear quite a bit of bombardments. We saw 8 people were killed here, and for the first time in central Israel, we saw that 2 of them were actually inside those safe rooms that are basically required of almost every building. I have one here in my apartment building. It's communal, but everybody has one, and it has created a sense that the Israelis are going to be able to survive anything that happens. This time, these 2 people were inside the safe room, and it took a direct hit. Now, according to the IDF, all of these safe rooms are built to take the concussion blast of a nearby bomb or sort of projectile, and to take shrapnel. They're not expected to withstand a direct hit. which is what killed these two people.
And what are you hearing from officials in Israel? Do they view the military operations against Iran as a success right now? And what's the end goal?
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, when we speak to them, they can barely hide their glee at the success of what's been going on. As you mentioned, they've been boasting.
Yo, what's up, Trey?
Everything you said, that the Israelis have enjoyed air superiority over Tehran, Iran's capital, for the better part of the past 2 days, allowing them to essentially fly over the capital without facing any anti-air fire. And that's because in the early hours of this operation on Friday morning, they took out so many of Iran's anti-air capabilities. They now say that they've taken out about a third of their ballistic missiles. Those ballistic missiles that pose the biggest threat here in Israel. That's what we're hearing raining down from the sky, along with some drones which aren't nearly as dangerous and don't make the same impact as we've been seeing throughout the city. So, we've been hearing from these officials who are just ecstatic at how good this operation has been. But at the same time, there is a lot of concern because the death toll is increasing. As I mentioned, 8 last night, 10 the night before. Some bodies have been found inside Detroit, buildings in Batman and other places that have also increased the death toll, which is now about 24. That's probably going to increase. Again, we're talking about a country that is used to the fact that they have very strong forces and very good artillery systems.
Okay, Michael, I really thank you for that. Let's turn now to Yamish, who's in Canada, traveling with the president. Yamish, what are you hearing from administration officials as this conflict between Israel and Iran escalates? Is there concern that the U.S. military may need to get involved?
Well, there is definitely a conflict and a contrast. Traditional Republicans who are sort of toying with the idea that the U.S. military might need to get involved with this escalation between Iran and Israel gets worse. But then you have traditional MAGA sort of conservatives who have been with President Trump who rolled down that escalator 10 years ago, and they don't want to see the U.S. pulled into another war. And of course, President Trump has campaigned for now 3 times actually on the idea that the U.S. will be running 2 wicked wars and that we're going to be sending our military personnel into ending wars. That being said, the president has been very clear that he's going to continue to support Israel and its right to defend itself from the United States. Helping Israel shoot down the missiles that Iran has been shooting toward it. I also was talking to a source who confirmed with me that President Trump is not going to sign any sort of statement here at the G7 that calls for a de-escalation between Iran and Israel. That's very interesting that the president's taking that stance already. The big question, though, is whether or not the president is going to come back to the table when it comes to negotiations with Iran. The president is adamant that he does not want Iran to develop a nuclear weapon, and he said that the time right now for them to have a sort of first try at this negotiating to find a deal. But now, of course, the big question is whether or not he's going to let them, and whether or not Iran is actually going to even want to engage in another round of top negotiations.
Brian, what else will you be watching for while the president is up the G7?
Well, of course, it is G7, and this is part of sort of the biggest economy in the world. So you have Japan, you have Germany, you have UK. You also have some non-member countries that have been invited, like Mexico, as well as Ukraine. So the big question here is whether or not President Trump is going to be able to walk away with any sort of trade deal. Something that he can actually say on paper, here are the new deals the U.S. is getting because of this trade strategy that he has really had, which is sort of a hardline trade strategy, getting all the way up to the United States. The president, when he was asked directly, do you even think you can get a trade deal out of Canada? He said, I'm a Tampa guy. Mark, of course, referring to the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. He is not. So he was also saying that he thinks that there's even going to be a trade deal that comes out this week or even in the coming week. So he can't get a trade deal with Canada while they're here in Canada, and they're hosting this big G7 summit. And to me, in some ways, underscores that he's going to have trouble getting deals with other countries as well, Ryan.
Okay, we shall Senor in Canada, thank you for that. And we now bring in Richard Haas, who's president of Merit, Council on Foreign Relations. Richard, throw this into context for us. How does this latest escalation between Israel and Iran compare to some of the past clashes we've seen between these two countries?
This is much bigger than anything we've seen. The scale of the wars and anything else. This is real. We're not talking about isolated exchanges like we saw, say, in April and October of last year. So this is much bigger. There's no end in sight. And each side, whether it's Israel and Iran, faces big decisions about what it is, how they're going to define success, what they're preparing, if anything, to compromise.
The IDF claims that they've achieved what they're calling full aerial superiority over Iran and Iran's capital. What does that say about Israel's capabilities, and are you surprised by how much aggressively they've gone after Iran's nuclear system?
What it says is that Israel controls the air, that they're going to degrade Iran quite significantly in April and October. They essentially completed that task now. My guess is Iran probably too much confidence in the ability of its proxies like Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis to deter Israel and tie it down. They're not be nearly enough to keep up with modern warfare. So that is the situation right now, right there.
We learned that Prime Minister Netanyahu presented President Trump with a military operation that would kill the Iranian supreme leader, that's according to U.S. officials, but that President Trump opposed that plan altogether. What will the implications have been if Israel moves forward with that plan?
Well, the reason I think the president has spoken to Iran, but my guess is opposed it would want, if you ever want to negotiate with Iran, the president clearly still does. If the supreme leader is not there, it probably would be impossible for anyone in Iran to negotiate. It might also mean that Iran would want to carry out a wave of assassinations against others. So the president wants to keep open this diplomatic off-ramp, if you want to call it that. I think that explains where we are. If the assassination had gone ahead again, as I suggest, I think it would have ruled out diplomacy for the time being, and I think Iran would have been under enormous pressure to retaliate in kind.
The Prime Minister Netanyahu, do you think it suggests that there could be regime change in Iran as a result of this conflict? Do you think Israeli military operations to take out the supreme leader could still be on the table, even if President Trump's opposed to it?
It's always risky for any Israeli government to carry out things against the explicit wishes of the United States. More broadly, regime change is not a strategy. There may be a wish, there may be a goal, but there's nothing that the Prime Minister of Israel could do or order that could be guaranteed to give a regime change. That gets into the dynamics of Iranian society, public support for this regime, and so forth. So I would simply say you cannot base what you're doing militarily on regime change. What you can do is reduce the scale of their nuclear establishment, but eliminating that is also an unrealistic goal. So Israel has to face up to the fact that neither the elimination of Iran's nuclear might nor regime change is something they can necessarily accomplish with military force. So then the question is, where do they go from here?
All right, let's quickly talk about the G7 summit. I want you to listen to what President Trump said today.
Barack Obama and President Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in, and I would say that that was a mistake, because I think we would have a war right now if we have Russia in.
He also opened the door, the president did, to China potentially joining the G7. How are those remarks going to go over with the other G7?
Very different place when it comes to Russia. Russia's responsibility for the ongoing war against Ukraine. China's a more complicated decision, but again, there's other forums for that. You've got the UN Security Council, you've got the G20, and so forth. The whole idea of the G7 is to really be a coordinated committee for what we used to call the West. The United States, its principal allies in Europe and Japan. And I actually think there's still a case for that, and there's other ways to reach out to Moscow or Beijing to other channels or other forums.
Thank you. Up next, hundreds of thousands of protesters took to the streets nationwide to protest the actions of the Trump administration, including an immigration raid taking place in major cities. You're watching Meet the President. Welcome back to White House Times and NBC News. The individual proposal purchased and their draft deportation program issues. is about losing reliable workers. Meanwhile, the president is calling on ICE and other law enforcement agencies to expand their deportation efforts in Democratic-run cities. Citizens were reporting today that President Trump reiterated his plan to go after immigrants in the city.
I want to focus on the cities, because the cities are where you really have what's called sanctuary cities, and that's where the people are. Biden allowed 21 million people to come into our country. Of that, vast numbers of those people were murderers, killers, people from gangs, people from jails. They emptied their jails out into the U.S. Most of those people are in the cities. All blue cities. All Democrat-run cities.
Where was Rapture for you than Popeyes? Guess I want to buy that exotic banana. There are many types of young people in this world. The choice is yours, but you gotta be able to take it up.
Innovative food mattresses are coming out all the time. We'll find all the latest trends at Sit and Sleep. Hey Drew, does that mean we're trending? No, Dad.
Come see the new Unirest Black and save up to $1,000 on certain mattresses at Sit and Sleep.
It follows a weekend of protests in cities like Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia, marching in opposition to the president's agenda. Joining me now on set is NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julie Ainsley and NBC News Chief Justice and National Affairs correspondent Henry O'Donnell. Thank you guys both for being here. Julia, let's start with you. What more can you tell us about this new exemption that the president announced over the weekend? Kind of teased it, now it looks like it's actually being implemented. What does it mean for immigration enforcement?
Well, it means that they're going to be prohibited on where, but not who they can arrest. So this is primarily for the workplaces, for anyone in the agriculture industry, that includes fisheries and meatpacking plants, as well as hospitality, restaurants, and hotels, that they don't want to do worksite enforcement at those places, but it does not prohibit them from arresting those people, those employees, in their communities, in their houses, dropping off their kids at school. What this means is that it protects the employers more than the employees and really saves them from the bad optics of a workplace raid. What it also does is it's another hindrance for ICE when they're trying to meet this 3,000 daily quota that Stephen Miller said. So far, they're usually averaging over 2,000 arrests a day, which is still a historic high. But without those workplace raids, where sometimes they can sweep up over 100 people, they admit in this memo that this will be a problem in trying to reach those target numbers.
Also, what's the sense of shielding employers that are also breaking the law? Obviously, they feel that the folks that are in this country illegally are breaking the law, but are these employers somewhat complicit?
Well, and the first whisper that we had of this, it came from Trump when he posted on Truth Social on Thursday, where he said that he was hearing from the leaders of those sectors, so it seemed that he wanted to do something that's sympathetic to the employers, not to the employees.
Raise some questions about the decision making there. But we've also seen how Los Angeles has responded to the ICE raids. How are officials in these Democratic-led cities, the cities that President Trump was attacking there, how are they preparing for these similar crackdowns?
Well, we've definitely seen some fierce opposition from the mayor of Chicago, as well as Gavin Newsom, posting on X just yesterday over Father's Day, making a lot of his posts about how against he was of the Trump enforcement action that was going on in LA. We're also starting to see more protests potentially coming soon in Portland. Seattle is another area they plan to target, and we also know that they have plans to send ICE SWAT teams into New York, Philadelphia, and the DC area. So this will be the test for these mayors to see, do they change their sanctuary city policies? That seems less likely, or is this their chance to stand up to Trump and really try to say that this is a moral line that they're drawing here?
Kelly, the president and his associates at Bragg, that immigration is their
What's up, guys?
issue.
Hey, Precious.
How is the base of the party
How's it going?
to this carve-out that he's assuming?
Dang, it's 100 people in here. Y'all just watching me? We cooking. You better roll up.
Talked about,
I didn't even know it was that many people in here. What's up, y'all?
but it gets to
Cooking with Trey. Cooking with Trey.
mega faction, but more of an understanding of the practical and of how the demands of the workplace, whether it is rural and agricultural.
Cooking with Trey. Cooking with Trey.
Many businesses that rely on undocumented migrants to work in positions that are critical. But you do see a bit of a concern about what we
Should have brought our
might
white plates
describe as
then.
the migrants people know. People who have a relationship in their community with people who are providing childcare or working.
What's up, Mimi? How are you? Hey, Precious. Hey, Lucas. Hey, Anthony. Hey, Daisy. How's everybody doing, guys? Welcome to the cooking show.
Does say that this is a policy that sticks. I think one of the other questions will be, is the law being applied equally around the country? If he is targeting blue cities and blue states, when is there an unequal enforcement of the law?
Right, and I guess that goes back to my earlier question about the employers being complicit in this, right? Because isn't this part of the problem with the immigration policy right now, is that you have a situation where the economy to a certain extent is propped up by all of these workers who are in this country.
Okay, guys.
And it begs the question, Kelly,
These are the white potatoes. We're going to make some potatoes. We're going to wash them off again. You want to make sure the potatoes are clean. You're going to set them in there. And you're going to do this. You're going to get you a little salt. Put a little salt in there. Mix them up with that little salt. Put a little salt. Mix them up. Continue to mix them up. You're wiping them off, okay? Put your little salt in there. You're going to mix them up. Then we're going to drain all that salt off of there. Put your little salt in there, okay? Put your little salt in there. Just like that.
But they also have carriers workers. They also have undocumented migrants who are working in all kinds of very
I'm going to double rinse them. Just drop one, pick it up and put it back in there. I'm going to double rinse them.
Is applying the law in an unfair.
This top on there.
It's a pretty complicated issue that the politicians have had very hard to figure out. Julie and Kelly, thank you both for being here. We appreciate it. After the break, NBC News decision desk polling about what America thinks about President Trump's job.
All right. Now our potatoes are clean. We got our chicken over here in the skillet, guys. Y'all want to see the chicken? This is the chicken right here. The chicken is being cooked. I'm going to flip it right now.
From immigration to inflation, our poll showed that Democrats, Republicans, and independents are deeply divided on a number of key issues which could all come into play in this year's off-cycle elections and in next year's midterms. Joining me now from the big board is NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, walk us through these new numbers.
Yeah, Ryan, some interesting stuff here. Again, this decision desk poll, this is an online poll. This is all adults, not just registered voters, so keep that in mind.
Right.
But you see Donald Trump's approval rating here clocking in 45%,
turn that up.
55%.
Let that cook a little bit. The potatoes are ready. But don't judge me. I know everybody cooks different in your house. I'm from the hood. This is the hood. I don't think I'm no better than nobody. So a lot of the things that you probably see, you probably wouldn't do in your kitchen. That's cool. You ain't gotta eat here. Do you hear me? Thank you guys for stopping by. Please like the stream. Please like it. Please like that video. Let me zoom out a little bit for y'all so y'all can see more. So y'all can see a little more. There y'all go. So y'all can see a little more. So y'all can see a little more.
One issue here certainly in the last couple of months has become prominent in the second Trump term, and then Trump versus the courts. Courts stepping in, halting, stopping various actions.
Nah, it's gonna be a minute. I'm gonna be cooking for a little bit of while. I'm gonna be cooking for a minute.
The Trump administration's action is illegal. The administration administration has to, asking people here, 81% say has to stop its action. About 1 in 5 say the administration doesn't have to do that, could continue potentially in that circumstance. So that's big picture on this. There's also the Supreme Court itself here. Now, obviously, the Supreme Court with a conservative majority right now, and you can see the effect of that in Republican polling, right? You're asking folks their opinion of the Supreme Court is 55 favorable, 45 unfavorable. That is not across the board, though. There is a vast partisan gap on this question. Show it to you right here. Among Republicans, by a 3-to-1 margin, 75 to 25, they got a favorable view of the Supreme Court. Among the Democrats, basically by a 2-to-1 margin there, 66-34, they got an unfavorable view. You see independents right there in the middle. But, again, partisan polarization when it comes to folks' opinion of the Supreme Court. Also, we're going to put this one in here, too. He did ask about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Health and Human Services Secretary, certainly recently in the news, a lot of controversy around some of his actions with that vaccine advisory board. And you can see here, slight majority favorable 51, unfavorable 48, for those slightly higher marks than you can see for Trump, for instance, on this question. So he's certainly polarized, but it is still a little bit more favorable and unfavorable there on RFK Jr.
Okay, Steve Koracki, thank you for all of that. Still to come, dividing lines and picket signs. We're digging deeper into the state of our politics as tensions escalate at home and abroad.
We're going to do some of these sausages, some classic smoked sausages, guys. That's all we got.
Welcome back in. Already extremely advanced political front sharpened even further this weekend with a military parade in our nation's capital. Largely peaceful protests nationwide calling for no kings in the USA. And then, of course, the deadly targeted political attacks against state lawmakers and their families. Joining me now, Bloomberg White House correspondent King Gardner, Senior Advisor to Senator Senator Shakir, and the editor and CEO of
Go lay down.
It seems like tension is the word I've been using over and over again for the past 24 hours. What do you think? Where do you think this tension is coming from, and what's driving this pessimism right now?
We have this extremely polarized environment when it comes to all of this. You saw the shooting in Minnesota. You saw the president extremely condemning it, saying that he's going to want an investigation with Attorney General Bondi and asking the FBI if he's been wrong, really. At the same time, he still had criticizing Governor Walz. We know that Vice President J.D. Vance has spoken to him specifically, and he had bipartisan condemnation. But there's really still an air of right-wing conspiracy theories that really driven extremism and some of the violence that we've seen over the last couple of years.
So, Stephen, Republicans are saying there's been Republicans that have also been victims of political violence. Of course, around the year anniversary of the baseball shooting, Rand Paul was a victim of political violence. But how much of this do you think emanates from President Trump and the rhetoric that he has brought to the table 10 years ago when he first launched his political career?
Yeah, a good bit of it. I mean, I do think it's the case. It's always frustrating after things like that happen. So when you have partisans who immediately start to cheer for the possibility that this is not associated with their political party's mentality in my mind. But look, I mean, it's not just Donald Trump's rhetoric. It wasn't good. One of the first things we did as president after the January 6th rioters, including people who had committed violence against police officers. That's an unmistakable sign that as long as you commit violence on my behalf, violence is not objective.
And of course, President Trump has been the victim of political violence, right? Fazzi was almost killed during an event during the campaign, and it's been 10 years since he decided down that road last winter. We haven't seen him really break from this rhetoric, this harsh rhetoric that he's used since he launched his campaigns. He echoed some of that same language we heard in his earlier speeches. He's accusing cities like New York and Chicago, the immigrants there, of being criminals. Should we be surprised at all that this is not manifesting itself in these ICE crackdowns and then the resulting kind of political tumult as a result?
Well, he's benefited in politics travel, and his tribe is particularly significant, influential, impactful, as you know. And it's always rewarded him to galvanize his base, even with the little number that you were just talking about. You see intensity of his core supporters telling that core base of people having some degree of a fight with either partisans or undocumented immigrants. And I find it only the leader when they talk, the words fall out serious and serious. You never know who's listening, who's going to pick up the message from you. Good responsible to know that are trying to tell people that they're better. No, they're better than Bishop. Unfortunately, that's the person. So how do Democrats respond? Because it's had a very difficult time over the past 10 years. Some have tried to beat his rhetoric and attack with just harsher terms. Others have tried that more kind, loud. None of them seem to be working. Well, where's the path forward for Democrats? Hey, we're election. Do so. Knowing the same thing. It's not what you get. You have very positions that want something. The party, the whole purpose of the Republican Party is to govern. We're not in the governing party. I would do things to improve your life. And right now, the Democratic Party is something that has been this definition. So my life is for adjustment. You have, if I told you right now, right? Democrats don't have I don't think you would know how to be a lot of people. And that's there you go to keep challenge. But I think at very minimum, the Democrats have to avoid doing the same thing, right? I mean, we remember Chuck Schumer basically threatened justices if they voted the wrong way on the abortion case. You have somebody like Senator Chris Murphy, who after the assassination.
You say you hungry?
CEO.
Making you hungry, Anita Kelly?
Of course, I don't agree with you.
I got you. You can get a plate.
People are really upset when we should really take heed of these things. I think
I got you.
Democrats have every bit of much an obligation to probably be very careful about their language. We gotta make them on.
All right, we got the sausages ready. Now we need to season the potatoes. Drop one, the dog gonna eat that. You see, the dog's gonna eat that one. Now go in the cage. It's raw. She gonna give it in. All right. So with your potatoes, the potatoes is like this. Okay. Let me zoom it down a little bit so y'all can see what I'm doing here now. So y'all can see what I'm doing here now. Are you able to see it, guys? Hopefully y'all can see what I'm doing. There's a little fur on the top of this. Everything in my house. So I'm gonna take this salt, pepper, and onion powder. Only the ones I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use a little bit of this, but I normally only use these: the onion powder, the salt, and the pepper. But you're gonna put some of this first. So you take it, and you just kind of zigzag it like that. Over the zigzag. And I put this on the top. Then I take one hand and just fumble through it like that. Fumble through it. Anything you drop at this point, don't pick it up. Just throw it in the trash. Anything you drop at this point. Ain't no sense of going through that whole step of washing it off and all of that. Just throw that shit in the trash. I'm not slowing down on that. Then, with this hand, I'm going to season everything. Like that. While I'm seasoning it, I'm fumbling through it so it can get on every one. The black pepper. You need to be able to see black pepper on every single one. You need to be able to see black pepper on every single one. Anything you drop, leave it. Onion powder. The onion powder is very, 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 very. My name is Trey Jones. The onion powder is very important. But you're gonna shake it like this, like this. This is how you're gonna do your onion powder. You're gonna shake it from above. Not like this, but like this. You're gonna shake it from above so that it mixes all over everything, okay? Like that. You're gonna shake it like that from above so that it mixes all over everything. That's not like salt and pepper. It don't come out the same. It's like a dust. Now with this, you're gonna do the same thing. Don't put a lot of this. Don't put a lot of this seasoning salt. Don't put a lot of that. Don't put a lot of this seasoning salt. They should look like that. You see all that seasoning? You don't want them over seasoned They don't have to be over seasoned.
Do you expect there's going to be...
They don't. You don't have to over season them, guys. Don't over season them. I'm telling you, it's gonna be good just like this. Don't over season them. Please do not over season them, guys. Please do not over season them. Put the top back on them. All right. Now you're gonna go check on our chicken. We're just frying over here in these pots. Frying over here in these pots. So I'm gonna zoom y'all out so y'all able to see me. Go back over here with the chicken. Look at the chicken. Check the chicken out, y'all. Check the chicken out. You see the chicken? Check out the chicken.
Thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app, or watch live.
I'm gonna let the chicken go for one more round. Then we're gonna take the chicken out, put the chicken in this pan. I'm gonna take the chicken out, put the chicken in this pan. Then I'm gonna start the sausages. So right now I can really chill because I pretty much got everything ready. You can roll like the ball. Just one on the floor. But just so now we're gonna put this up.
Anti-ICE protesters from state to state clash with police.
Honestly, the way I'm gonna do the potatoes, we can go ahead and start them. Because I'm gonna fry the potatoes a little bit. I was gonna put them in deep fry, but it be burning my eyes at deep fry. So I'm gonna just do them on top of the stove. I'm gonna do them on top of the stove.
At this chaotic moment, here to show ICE trucks ready into a car. They launch smoke devices, detaining the driver at gunpoint. The Department of Homeland Security say a violent rioter was behind the wheel. This man was taken to a Molotov cocktail. Details of more than 200 arrests in Los Angeles.
So you're gonna get you a regular skillet, wipe it out, wipe it out, make sure it's dry, because we're gonna put oil in there. Oil, some vegetable oil. You don't necessarily have to put a lot because you don't really even have to deep fry them because you're going to cook them like that and then you're going to still put them in the oven too. But I just put them on the oven because you know it takes potatoes a very long time to get that softness. And I like for it to have that crunch too. So I'm going to fry it a little bit, not too hard though. I'm going to fry it and it's still not going to be cooked. Then I'm going to put it in the oven too. That's why I told you don't season it too much because a lot of that seasoning is going to fall off whenever you're cooking it. So then you're going to take them out, put them in a pan, and then you're going to sprinkle a little bit more seasoning on top of your potatoes when you bake them. So you baking that flavor into them. And I'm going to put a dash of beef broth over the top of them.
So I'd say as long as they're here. Protests overnight in New York, Denver, and Chicago, where a car appears to speed through a crowd of protesters. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott deploying the National Guard.
I want to make sure that what has happened in California does not happen in Texas.
Back here in
All right,
LA, an arrest
chicken.
captured on video. Federal agents boxing in this
Bring that
car,
chicken
drawing their
over
weapons.
here.
Tonight, DHS telling us it was
Put
a
your
targeted
chicken in
arrest
your
of a violent
hand.
rioter who punched a Customs and Border Protections officer and attempted to flee. Well, tonight, DOJ announcing charges against 2 protesters for allegedly possessing Molotov cocktails, including a man in the U.S. illegally, who they say threw this one at police.
You gotta do this, get the pan ready. I know y'all can't see it. This the chicken. All of these right here, you're gonna keep that. All of this, you keep that. Pour it on top of this. Pour it on top of this. Just like that. All just like that. All like that. You're not gonna clean this out. You're gonna use these juices. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. You're just gonna open up your sausages and dump them over in there. Just like that. Just like that. That's gonna be some good old flavor. Some good flavor, baby. And you might well start washing them dishes because you don't gonna feel like washing that shit. Once it's time to eat, you're not gonna feel like washing your dishes. So wash your dishes as you cook. That way you don't have to worry about that shit. There we go. Yep, there we go. Yes, Elsa. Wash them dishes while you're cooking. That way you don't have to worry about doing all that extra stuff. Double tap that live, guys. It's 141 people here. Can y'all help me get to 100 likes? What's up, Alex Williams? Thank you so much for coming here. Hey, Mimi. Comedy Hour in the chat. Everybody laugh. Double tap my screen, guys. I'd appreciate it if you can help me get to 100. Right now, we're doing some chicken, and some sausages. We're going to make some gravy to it. We're going to make rice, some potatoes, and some green beans on the side. Thank you so much. Right, guys. You hear them sausages? They already steaming.
Samantha Bender from Columbus Employees WCMH joins us tonight from outside that plant. Samantha, first I want to tell our viewers, it's obviously safe for you to be there, but I know a lot of people that live there are concerned about their health when that thing first went into the air.
We're going to put rice here. Hopefully I got enough rice. Because I didn't buy no more. I didn't think about it. Nope. I don't think I have enough rice. Well, we're just going to do rice then. I ain't going back. I don't have enough rice. We won't do rice. We'll just eat potatoes.
Release of nitrogen oxide. The Emergency Management Agency here tells us there were 3,000 gallons of nitric acid leaking from a 5,000-gallon tank. That nitric acid mixed with the air causing a chemical reaction and producing nitric oxide. Hazardous materials teams from neighboring counties assisted, and the National Weather Service out of Charleston, West Virginia, has been helping with team modeling. Pictures sent to us from viewers just show the sky filling earlier today.
Y'all ready? You hate green beans? Why? The way I make them are good. Our green beans are pretty decent. I can make you like them. Put you some taco seasoning in your green beans. Put a little beef broth, a couple of dashes of this, some sugar, a little sugar, some salt, and some pepper. Not a lot. You don't want to over-season it. Pour all of the juice on this off. All of the juice. And then you do like a stick of butter. Do you a good stick of butter and it'll be good. It'll be good. I know you need your green beans to have some flavor. Or cook you a piece of bacon. Cook you a good old piece of bacon all the way down. Just let it sizzle down. Then, after you cook that bacon, drop like 3-4 tablespoons of butter in that pan. Drain all the juice off of your green beans. Then drop your green beans over in there and put you a little chicken broth in there or a little bit of water. And that'll make it for you. You can do a little water or a little chicken broth and that'll make them good. And a little sugar. Just a little bit of sugar. Don't put a lot of sugar in there. Put a little bit of sugar in there to kind of balance out them flavors. It's going to taste like your granny cooked it.
We have one life to live. And if we won't fight for our own justice, if we won't.
So who are one of 3 accusers to testify during this latest trial? His 2020 trial, which resulted in a conviction for rape and sexual...
New York in the house. What's up, Mr. White? Yeah, you gotta try that. Only New York people put taco seasoning in the greens. No, I'm in LA. This LA. I'm from the South. I'm telling you, try this taco seasoning. You don't even gotta just put it in your green beans. Put this taco seasoning in anything. I'm telling you, it has good flavor. It's a different. It's not gonna taste like tacos. You just do a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit, and it's gonna be good. I'm from Louisiana. So we cook a little bit different in the South. In Louisiana, we make everything taste good. I'm telling you, seasoning is everything. But y'all be putting too much seasoning on the food. You don't have to put a lot. You put a little bit of this and a little bit of that. If it's already made, why go back and try to make it? That's what I'm trying to tell you. This stuff works. It's already good. Especially if you're trying to make a good gravy, you can use water and flour with a little bit of this stuff that's already made and some beef broth. You will have the best thick flavor and it'll actually be good. Yes, from LA to LA. I'm telling you. Listen, hear me out.
Those projects, what does healing the future look like for you? It is doing what
Y'all gotta hear me out, man.
helpful.
I don't know everything about cooking, but I know how to get a good flavor going. My stuff might not always be that tender or that good, but I know how to get a good flavor going. I'm telling you, some of the best taco seasonings is Chi-Chi's in the green packet. I'm gonna have to check that out. I've never ate no Chi-Chi's. Is that like a Hispanic taco pack seasoning? So this, I feel like McCormick's, that's morely American. You know what I'm saying? McCormick's is American. This is packed in the U.S. and they actually make it in Maryland. So this is American, you know what I'm saying? So maybe they taco seasonings is a little bit better. That's why I told you to try the taco seasoning. It's American, so it's really just seasoning. Hey, what's up, Taz Angel? Over here I'm making some chicken. I'm baking some chicken. Right here I have the chicken that I sizzled down in the skillet. Basically what I do is go ahead and brown it a little bit so it doesn't take that long to cook in the oven. And also I like that little crisp that it gets from cooking it on top of the stove first. So that's why I cook it on top of the fire first, so it gets that little crisp and that little crunch around there and it cooks down a little bit. Then I'm gonna cook it in the oven and let it actually cook down. I'm gonna add some broth to it and put some water over the top of it, and it's gonna create its own good little flavor gravy. You'll see, and I add sausages to it as well. These are the sausages right here. I'm gonna make some sausages, cook them down. I'm gonna let them sizzle because I'm gonna put the water and the broth in here and cook it in there and scrape everything up and get all that seasoning and pour it over the top of the chicken and the sausages. Then I'm gonna put it in the oven. Y'all gonna see.
Most of the time you're dealing with a juror who's falling asleep.
Then I'm cooking the potatoes too. I'm gonna make sure I put the potatoes. The potatoes are gonna have the same type of flavor as well. But that's why I told you not to season the potatoes too well. Now the potatoes are seasoned, but I like to fry them, then put them in the oven. I don't fry them hard though. I fry them just a little bit. You know, I don't fry them till they're done. I just fry them to get a little crunch to them too. Then I take them out. Then I'm gonna put them in the oven and sprinkle a little seasoning on the top of them. Imagine that. That fresh little grease gonna be on the top of them, and I'm gonna sprinkle a little salt on it. They're gonna be busting. I'm talking about potatoes busting. If you ever wanna make your potatoes, make them just like that, guys. Make them just like that. Yes, I do wash the chicken. I don't use detergent. Somebody in here said that they use Dawn. I don't use dish soap to wash the chicken. But the chicken has been marinated for at least 72 hours. The chicken's been in the fridge marinated. It's been prepared for a couple of days. I said I was going to cook it a couple of the other days, but I end up eating out. You know how that goes, and I never cook. So the chicken has been marinated for days.
Although that's what Weinstein's defense team wants you to look at this, and when the jury look at it that way, that if it was a win on one verdict, it's a win for all.
Chloe pointed this out in her report. Kaya was not there in the original trial. They were brought her in. Was that a mistake for prosecutors?
No, not necessarily.
All right.
I think they secure a conviction, but at the same time, for each victim that you bring in, they have expectations. The prosecutor needs to manage those expectations, and now, of course,
This is a studio apartment, so I gotta move some stuff around.
Danny Serranos, Chloe Moss, so great to have you guys both
the studio. We thank you for that. We also have some breaking news tonight in the case of Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia University
I gotta move some stuff around, and I'm gonna have to open the window
Tonight, a judge ruled the Trump
because I'm about to fry.
for detention based
And
on
y'all know
information
it's
by
small in
Secretary
here,
Marco Rubio
so I gotta make
posted
sure
links to
I
national
can
security.
breathe.
Our Stephen Wilmo is live for us here in New York City with the latest on this. This is
All right,
big news.
now the sausages are done enough because I don't want them too done either. I want them just right with that little crunch on them. Maybe I could cook the sausages a little bit more so they could get a little bit more crispier, if you know what I mean. I want them to have that little crunch to them, but I don't want them to be hard. I want everything to be actually done and good, and the chicken gonna be falling off the bone. When I pick it up, it's just gonna drop.
Just $1 down, $15
We can drop some of these now, guys. I'm gonna drop some of the potatoes.
At California Community College, financial aid is available year-round to help you cover tuition, books, supplies, and other basic needs like food and sometimes even the rent. Get started today at icangotocollege.com.
Big news, Stephen.
Yes, I'm sure is. And what was unusual about this is that Khalil was a green card holder at the time that he was detained. But the Trump administration, namely Secretary Rubio, saying that they can make the determination that if he was a threat to foreign policy, that he can be deported. It's all related.
We got them in the fryer. We got a fryer. I could get you a plate.
Saying that he was siding with Hamas in that, and that they believe he is.
I don't have any rice though, so I probably gonna make rice. You wanna go to the store and get rice, babe?
Their application of that
You wanna go across the street to that store right there and get some rice?
The judge is saying not only can he
You don't
not
have to,
be
you don't have to.
deported, the
You don't have
judge
to,
saying
right.
that he cannot
Cause I don't think there's enough rice.
that ruling will take effect on Friday to give
I
the
need to
Department of
cook.
Homeland Security some time to appeal this. It's not clear and if he would be released, that he has a hearing with a judge in Louisiana on his immigration status on Friday as well. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how that pans out. But this could be a big move in that case.
And it's Stephen, while I have you here, Khalil is not the only person the Trump administration tried to remove using this policy. Does this mean there are other immigrants safe now, too, that may not be deported? I mean, is this going to set a precedent?
Yeah, that's a great question. Something that NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas
You know, I put a little water in
saying
there.
that judge's ruling right now only applies
Let
to
that boil.
this case, but
A
for
little
other
beef
detainees
broth.
who are in similar situations, this could open the door to them arguing the same things
Let that
that
cook.
Khalil's attorneys have
I'm
done.
gonna actually bring a
This
boil
judge
to
in
it.
New Jersey and in
Actually bring a
potentially
boil.
leading
I'm gonna
to
open up
similar
this
outcomes
pack
for their case.
of this taco
So wait and see.
seasoning.
All right, Stephen Wilmo,
Like
breaking
that.
news. Stephen, we thank you.
Just add a little bit like that. Just a little bit. Not a lot, guys.
Defense team resting their case today without Reed taking a stand. with
Your
the
favorite dish is ramen noodles? That ain't no dish. They're already cooked for you.
Months of testimony. Karen Reed's murder
Until
trial
each his
raging
own.
and
You'll learn how to cook. Don't say what you can't do.
Massachusetts.
Say you don't like to cook then. I don't really try to cook. But I'm pretty sure if you try, you can cook.
The defense
Whatever
resting
you
its
want to
case
cook.
today, arguing the police investigation was riddled with errors, and Reed never struck her police officer boyfriend John O'Keefe with her car. Reed's lawyers pointing to crash recreation tests, contending O'Keefe's injuries don't line up with the collision prosecutors allege.
It's inconsistent with the evidence we have, with the actual abrasions to the arm.
Multiple defense experts telling the jury the gashes on O'Keefe's arm look more like a baseball bite. One person not taking the stand, Karen Reed herself. They haven't interviewed clips. Heard my voice from TV interview clips.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
To voicemails the night O'Keefe died, played for the jury by the prosecution. The prosecution says after a night of drinking, Reed struck O'Keefe with her SUV and left him to die in the cold outside of his house. Prosecutors testifying that data from Reed's car show her SUV drove forward 34 feet and then reversed at nearly 24 miles an hour. Just hours before O'Keefe's body was found in that area. Now, more than 3 years ago.
What's up, y'all?
I do want to ask you, closing arguments are next. You know when that's going to start?
Yeah, that's going to start on Friday, and then the case will go to the jury, and they're left to consider a mountain of evidence and release a mountain of testimony. Remember, this will be
I like the broth in the mix. Yeah, what type of broth you like? I got something else I'm gonna put on there too. Something better than probably what you like. I'm gonna show you. When it comes to seasoning, I like my food to be good. I'm gonna show you something. I ain't done.
She feels like if they laid out the case of their better and they have to stronger witnesses, the defense relying on almost double the number of witnesses they used compared to the first trial.
Okay, I'm like kind of getting.
I don't got no pan, so I'm gonna just put the potatoes on this.
Navy sailor found dead in Virginia
When I cook
after
them.
days. Desperate attempt to find her for days. Now another sailor
This right
is
here.
held in connection to her death. Police Bridgerton star
This chicken
finds
bouillon.
how an actress on the hit Netflix
This right here, this
show
bouillon.
wrestled away a thief
You
trying
take one of
to
these
steal her phone,
tablets.
and it's all caught on camera. But first tonight, top story.
You just crunch that shit up and put it over the top of that chicken.
Her son serving in the armies overseas.
Extra, more flavor.
Sabrina Hill was
More
about to
flavor.
graduate college. When she looked up and saw this.
More flavor. All over the top. All over there. Just like that. More flavor. Yes, savory. Mushrooms, you must be like a vegan or something. Are you vegan? I wouldn't necessarily pick up mushrooms because I'm not vegan. You know, I'm not really leaning towards vegetable broth, if that makes sense. But if you're vegan, I understand why that would work for you.
Global University said that she did not feel whole without her son being there, and
I'm not
Senior was a
vegan.
complete shock. We thank them
See
both for
that?
their service and
This
congratulate
that broth.
on her achievement.
This what that water and stuff created. And all this is the juice from the sausages, the chicken, the onions, and everything.
All right, we are back now.
And you just gonna take it and pour it over the top of the chicken. Just like that.
U.S. Embassy.
Just like that.
Members of the State Department tell NBC News.
Pour it right over the top of the chicken.
Essential personnel.
Drop it down.
Elaborate.
Go ahead and wash that.
It comes as tensions in the region.
Now look at that.
Nuclear talks between the
Look at
US
all that juice in there.
appearing to reach an
Sausages and chicken.
terrifying video
It's
capturing
gonna
a
be
moment of
real
horrendous
good, baby.
airborne
I'm talking
and a
about
racetrack
busting,
in Illinois.
busting.
Check this out. A drag racer was on a high-speed
Sit there
test
in
track
the
when
oven.
suddenly his car goes flying into the air, flips
Boom.
and tumbles into an embankment.
Let that
and
cook.
miraculously
That's in the
walking
oven.
away only with minor
Put it
injuries
in
from
the
crash.
oven, let it
But
cook.
where does the car's safety gear for saving
Best
his
thing
life?
you can do right now
Bridgerton
is
star
go ahead and
Holly
start
Cameron
washing.
fighting off a thief.
Those potatoes probably good enough for what I
Police just
want to
released
be.
video of the incident from back in February. You see it here. The footage
Remember.
capturing actress Genevieve Shinora's
Remember guys, you do not want to cook the potatoes fully. You only want to cook them enough so that you can get them out, you know, and they're not too crunchy or too soft.
Also steps in. That suspect now faces theft and assault charges. Okay, the U.S. Postal
they
Service
not
released a
done.
new report revealing that dog attacks on mail carriers have reached a 7-year high. Data shows at least 6,000 dog attacks were reported last year, with the highest number of incidents reported in the Midwest. In 2024, Los Angeles ranked #1 for most attacks on postal workers. The U.S. Postal Service releases their dog incident report annually. To Washington now, where President Trump and former top allies.
I'm going to my friends. All right, see you later. I'm hooking it up, Mr. White. I appreciate that. Guys, could you double tap that live? Could you please help us get to 100 likes, guys, please? Thank you so much. Please double tap that live. I really appreciate it. All I ask for. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for being here, guys. We about to eat up. It's not bye. I always say see you later. Byes are forever. Only tell me bye when you plan to never return. Say see you later. Byes are forever.
I regret some of my posts about President Trump last week. They went too far. The president today telling the New York Post, quote, I thought it was very nice that he did that. Earlier saying, I was really surprised that happened. And tonight,
How's everybody doing? What are y'all cooking today? What are y'all eating for lunch?
their relationship. The New York Times reports Musk called President Trump Monday night, according to 3 people briefed on the conversation.
I be trying to hook it up, y'all. I be trying. We're making little simple meals, you know. Sometimes we get on TikTok and we follow recipes or whatever. Leftovers? What kind of leftovers, Mr. White? What exactly are you planning to eat for leftovers? Ain't nothing wrong with leftovers. I might eat this as leftovers tomorrow. What are you having for leftovers, Mr. White? Some steak and Spanish rice. Hopefully the rice ain't leftovers. Now the steak is cool, but I can't eat no old rice. It'd be hard.
also ramping up for his.
Unless I'm mistaken with Spanish rice is. Maybe Spanish rice is a little softer. Is the rice open?
Yeah, some of those protests saying they protest, accusing him of being an effective monarch. Preparations here.
Maybe I shouldn't call your food old.
Right now preparing
The rice left over.
This Saturday evening, it celebrates the U.S. Army's 205th anniversary. That just so happens to coincide with President Trump's 79th birthday. The Army officials we're speaking to estimate as many as 200,000 people are expected to attend. Clearly not everybody, though, is celebrating. Security being ramped up due to concerns about potential protests, counter-protests as well. Already, as I've driven around the district, you can see piles of fencing. There are likely to be drones flying overhead, providing some surveillance here. And tonight, President Trump and the First Lady, they spoke about this. They're attending the opening night of Les Mis, Kennedy Center. It's the first show the president is attending since replacing the entire board of trustees there and naming himself as the Kennedy Center's chairman. It hasn't gone unnoticed, Tom, that Les Mis is a musical set against the background of revolution and protests. The student-led demonstrations against the French monarchy, of course, just as President Trump is facing widespread protests here for his immigration crackdown nationwide. Tom.
All right, Peter Alexander, we were just seeing some of the reversals going on in D.C. right now. Peter, we thank you for your report. Right now, the Trump administration's mass deportation efforts are ramping up across the country, including an undocumented man arrested at a car wash as his 7-year-old son cried out to him, plus some new polling on the president and his deportation programs. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has this.
A 7-year-old boy crying out to his father, just taken into custody by ICE agents at a car wash in Los Angeles. Undocumented. Another one, his son, who is a U.S. citizen.
These how you want them potatoes to look. Basically done, but not.
Without them,
That's how you want them to look.
Also in California, this video shows ICE agents chasing down a farm worker. One woman recording on her cell phone when she's confronted by an immigration officer. In Omaha, the new Democratic mayor's office says ICE detained nearly 80 people at a meatpacking plant. The raid so sudden, workers' lunchboxes were left behind.
I don't know why Omaha was good.
There were 11 million illegal border crossings during the Biden administration. Tonight, President Trump is ramping up his mass deportation plan.
Nobody can understand why they allow people to come into our country totally unvetted, unchecked.
The Department of Homeland Security said in LA this week,
Here we go, y'all.
undocumented immigrants with convictions for murder, child molestation, domestic violence,
We got so many.
poll finding the majority of Americans, 54%, approve of the president's deportation program.
Everybody, drop what time it is in your city. What time is it? Thank you so much for the subscription, Mr. White. I appreciate that. Thank you for that, Jesse Brown. Thank you. You can microwave rice with a wet towel. I don't know about this. I don't like rice in the microwave, though. Every time I eat rice, it has to be fresh.
This is new Channel 1, and this is Angelia.
I really did not know what the issue the gym program and the mask were hand in hand. I'm Angelia, and I've lost 17 pounds this week.
Get started at noon.com.
These raids are not isolated incidents. They are direct assaults in our immigrant families. On the working class.
Okay, Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from the White House. Gabe, we know that we can expect more raids in the U.S. cities, and is the White House responding to critics who say they're just not deporting people? They're not just deporting people with criminal records.
Yes. Well, first, on the timing of all of this, sources familiar with the timing tell NBC News that it's actually not clear when these raids will begin in other major cities, but the tactical teams have been told to get ready to deploy. So again, the timing of all this is unclear. But as for the White House responding to that criticism, they typically go back to the argument that, look, anybody...
It's 9:30, 2:28, 8:29. What's up, Lisa Lopez from Chicago? Mimi, thanks for subscribing. I really appreciate you, Mimi. 2:28. I'm sorry for your ass. Oh, Jesus. You got any kids? No, I don't have no kids, Jesse Brown. I got some dogs.
At the pace of these deportations, but again, they argue that any
majority of Americans do approve of deportation,
All right.
at least so far, Tom.
Now the last thing you want to do is go ahead and prepare them green beans. Let me show y'all how to do your green beans. How you can make your green beans good. If you eat green beans out of can, let me show you how to make them good.
They found the body of 21-year-old seaman.
Let me show you how to make your green beans good.
More than a week after
First, you're gonna drain all that water off them green beans, okay? Don't use that fucking water out of the can, guys. Drain it. Drain all of that water. You're gonna use butter. If you don't have no butter, use oil. Use cooking oil. It's all the same. Stop letting them lie to you. A lot of that shit we be getting, they be thinking it's butter, is vegetable oil. That's all it is. You're gonna take a piece of butter about this big, guys. It says 1, 2, 3, 4 tablespoons. About 4 tablespoons of butter. If you got high cholesterol or something of that nature, you might want to look up how much butter is too much butter for you. I don't know. I don't have that. Now you're going to take that onion powder again. Right here, onion powder. Remember, when you do your onion powder, you shake it from above. You do it like this. This is not salt, this is not pepper. So it comes out different. So you just shake back and forth like that. Now the salt and pepper, you can turn it upside down. You can turn your pepper upside down. It don't matter. Salt, just like that. Salt. Sugar. Sugar. You need some sugar for your green beans. One of these, just like that. That's enough sugar. Just one. One of them. That's enough. This right here, taco seasoning. Just a little bit. Not a lot. Just like, boom, that's enough. That's enough. You see how less, it ain't even a lot of taco seasoning. Just a little bit. I'm telling you, man, that shit smack. I'm telling you. Look, don't trust me. You ain't gotta trust me. I ain't got that much beef broth left. It don't matter. That little bit gonna work. And you know what you're gonna add to it? A little water. A little water. A little water. That's all you need. Some water. And put a top on it until you get ready to cook that shit. That's it.
What the prosecutors see at issue here, what does lack of candor mean in this case?
I'm telling y'all.
It's not so much just the lack of candor that's relevant. Is there a substantial misconduct, for example? Is this juror grossly unqualified? So the devil is literally in the details, or preferably in the details, better stated. What did he misrepresent, if anything, the 46-year-old black man?
Potatoes. You don't really have to mess with the potatoes or stir them because you might break them up in there. You know, if they soggy or anything, you don't really have to do this. Or you might start a fire. You might drip some oil down the side of the pan or something. I wouldn't recommend you stir it. My granny would be like, get your ass off my that stove, stir it. Don't stir it. Let it do its thing. But if you have to stir it, be careful, okay? Be careful, guys. So we got all that going. We got the chicken in the oven cooking already. As soon as the potatoes are done, we're going to take the potatoes out of there. Sit the potatoes on the top. Thank you for the Happy Father's Day. Take the potatoes on top. Then we're just going to put salt on the top of them. Just a little bit of salt. Just a little bit of salt on the top. Then we're going to pop the potatoes in the oven. Then the food is cooking. We don't have to do anything but chill and wait for the food to cook. Point blank period.
Issues Chloe Molas was reporting about a female juror who was looking a lot at Sean Diddy Combs during the trial, maybe making some weird facial gestures. The judge admonished Diddy, I think it was last week, threatening to kick him out of the trial. And now you have this. I mean, is this all setting up for a mistrial?
Yeah, certainly it's going to be part of the quibble of arrows. They're certainly going to do that. And remember, too, there was an issue that the defense raised in reference to Kid Cudi and the fingerprints about maybe it seemed as if Combs had something.
What is everybody doing? What are y'all doing? Can y'all see me?
Just the prosecution is trying to brick by brick build this criminal enterprise.
So yeah. We cooking. We finna eat. What we about to eat? We about to eat food.
What do you think?
We all about to eat.
Or does it look conflicted that one is going to prosecute.
Y'all ready to eat?
I guess it's the victim.
You're in the hospital? What's wrong with you, Jesse Brown? Why you in the hospital? You want to go live and talk to us about what's going on? We listening. We care. You're important. We need you to be in good spirits while you're in the hospital going through whatever you're going through, okay? Get through it. Don't give up, Jesse. I wish I could give you a plate. Hey, ladies. How are you?
Okay, Jimmy, we thank you for your analysis tonight. We are back now with a dramatic rescue in Florida as the summer season kicks into high gear. Surveillance.
We're gonna go and turn them green beans on. We're gonna let them cook all the way down. You have a skin infection, your lip huge. Oh man, hopefully you get well, okay? Jesse, you get well, okay? We don't want to see nobody down. Hopefully everything is okay, you know. Hopefully it's something that you know you can take care of it. Yeah, be safe, man. Thank you for joining the live. You know, I appreciate you for being here. You're down at the moment, but you're on my live checking me out when you're supposed to be taking care of yourself. So I appreciate you. Thank you for giving us some of your time. Thank you so much. I wish I could send you a plate. I would feed you, Jesse. If I could, I would feed you. What's your email? Or do they got a fax machine? I could probably fax you a plate.
It's clear he's unable to swim or even keep his head above water. The boy's cousin, who later told first responders he doesn't know how to swim either, desperately trying to help him from the pool's edge. A total of 108 heart-pounding seconds pass, with the boy flailing and then underwater before finally help arrives.
You see that?
The stranger. Located on the property since he was working on construction projects around the building.
The light is flickering.
Immediately jumping into the pool.
The light is flickering.
Dragging him out of the water with some help from the boy's cousin and beginning to administer CPR. When you got there, this child was at the bottom of the pool?
Yeah, I was going at the bottom. He doesn't move at all. That's why I thought maybe he said close.
Tempting, but I'm good. Appreciate. I'm filled with free time. Good. W is in the chat for Jesse, y'all. Everybody say get well, Jesse. Everybody get well. Even if you put GWJESSE. Everybody say get well, Jesse. Yeah, the potatoes take a while, Elsa. Everybody say get well, Jesse. For Jesse.
It takes a lot of bravery to do what he did. And I think that Oscar's...
Show love to one another. We all respect one another. We all family in here, y'all. GW for Jesse. Exactly. Get well, Jesse. We all family in here. Exactly. Get well, Jesse. We want to see you well, Jesse. Thank you for stopping by to talk to us.
Receiving this opportunity to reunite the boy and his family.
I hugged him. I told him you're very strong.
Thank you for stopping by, Jesse.
And it was so special, to be honest.
Also, do we have 40 people that can double tap my live? It says there's 40. Can all 40 of you double tap the live and help me get to 100 likes? I've been on for 78 minutes. That's an hour and 18 minutes.
That's why I didn't jump in. There's a portion of that video where you see him attempt to get into the water, and then he pulls back and says he's waving his arms frantically. He clearly wanted to help his cousin.
Thank you. We are 62, guys. Get well, Jesse. Take care of yourself.
On their vacation when this happened. Short-term rental in town, according to police reports, they're coming from Iowa. They had rented this apartment.
All right.
The mom is actually
Not a potato.
under her supervision. She left. Police are not exactly sure for what period of time. Then this happens, and you think about the fact that every single year we do these stories where we tell families, do not leave children who cannot swim unattended, even for a second. Because something like this, 300 plus kids a year die from drowning. This is the kind of circumstance we're in. You don't have to be a parent to watch that video. Just be totally terrified. Okay, Sam, thank you for bringing us a good story. Glad they rescued him. Okay, time to head overseas and top stories global watch. We're going to start with the violent anti-immigration riots in Northern Ireland. Video shows cars and houses torched. More than a dozen officers injured after being attacked with Molotov cocktails, bricks and fireworks. The unrest breaking out after two 14-year-old boys were arrested accused of sexually assaulting a teen girl. The BBC reporting the boys had a Romanian interpreter in court, which triggered the anti-immigration demonstrations. Police say they are investigating racially motivated hate crimes throughout that region. And in Colombia, at least 7 people are dead.
All right, y'all remember what I told y'all. As soon as you take them out,
the blast going off in the city of
take
Cali
that
and
salt,
neighboring
Just like this.
province. Military officials blaming the attack on
Boom.
former members of the rebel.
They already oily. You just gonna pop them in the oven.
It comes just days after
I'm sorry for
conservative
stepping on your
presidential
ear.
candidate Miguel Uribe was shot during a rally in Bogota. He remains
Just
in
like this.
critical condition in the hospital.
Now this
And South
oil,
Korea's military is
you wanna
turning
make
off
sure
the
it don't
speakers
pop,
that
but
blast hate talk
cover that up.
into North Korea.
We'll deal with that
Officials
after.
suspending their broadcast and war
We'll
in
deal
an
with
effort
that
to
after.
improve
I
relations
got somewhere to
between the
put
two
it.
countries. South
I
Korea's
actually could deal with it before time, so I can watch that skillet. I have a deep fryer, so what I'm gonna do is, yes, no, that wasn't chicken I was frying.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay
Take
updated
the
on
deep
breaking
fryer.
news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live
Right
on our
here.
YouTube channel.
Take one of these baskets, put it over here. The oil that I was frying that with, we just gonna put it in the deep fryer so we can go ahead and wash that dish and get it out the way.
Booking a flight. Download Kayak's app and set a price.
Just like that.
Notify you as soon as the price changes.
Just like that, guys.
People do. Procrastinate. One day, 2 days. Then word. Time to book already.
I have nothing else to use oil
For a
for.
great deal on your flight.
Other live events, the DA Nathan Hortman stepping to the microphone. Also there is LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. Let's look into the first up review. Day number 6 of the conduct in downtown LA. Curfew remaining in effect till 8 o'clock at night till 6 in the morning. Let's just listen to what they have to say here on Live After 5.
I will be joined, my name is Nathan Hortman, the District Attorney of Los Angeles County. You will hear after myself, Sheriff Robert Luna of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and then Jim McDonald, the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department.
We gotta go and take care of this, y'all. Yeah, I did the chicken already. That was potatoes. Potatoes. I sizzled the potatoes down, and now I'm gonna put them in the oven and let them bake a little bit. It's just like a side, you know, you have potatoes on the side.
Until and unless they are proved guilty in that court of law beyond a reasonable doubt. So the discussion of the charges today is just that. It's a discussion of charges and not ultimately, it does not ultimately constitute evidence of the crimes that will be presented in a court of law. So I first want to start out with a thank you. On behalf of the District Attorney's Office, I want to thank the hundreds of law enforcement officers from the LAPD, from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, from their related law enforcement agencies that have come to Los Angeles to help out in this situation. It is not a situation, certainly, that law enforcement intended to have actually happen. But the District Attorney's Office, the LAPD, the LA Sheriff's Department, and local law enforcement do not participate in federal civil immigration enforcement. I want to make that crystal clear. We were not alerted ahead of time that this was going to happen. We were not involved in the participation of it or the staging of it. We are not involved at all with respect to federal civil immigration enforcement. What happened, though, is that though the law enforcement has done its absolute best to protect individuals who wanted to legitimately to protest, to use their First Amendment rights of speech, to peacefully assemble. And when I say law enforcement has worked incredibly hard, they have worked overtime to make sure that people who want to engage in this legitimate protest have the opportunity to do so. The District Attorney's Office equally will fiercely protect people's rights to peacefully assemble and peacefully engage in First Amendment protected speech. However, when that speech crosses over from protected speech into illegal conduct, the people who engage in that illegal conduct will be prosecuted. They will first be arrested, they will be prosecuted, and they will be punished to the full extent of the law. We've said this repeatedly. We've said this as a warning to people who are thinking about conducting these illegal acts, pretending that they are engaged in protests, but at the moment they engage in illegal acts, they are no longer legitimate First Amendment protesters. They are criminals.
and they will be prosecuted as criminals. If people want to hurl insults, we will protect that. If people want to engage in crimes, we will prosecute them. So hurling bricks, hurling cinder blocks, hurling fireworks will not be tolerated in this county now or ever. So when we talk about the cases that we are brought, I'm going to highlight 5 cases today that we have brought in order to, again, not to give an example of the types of cases that we are bringing, and as importantly, the types of potential criminal consequences the individuals who engage in this criminal activity will face. And in saying that, we will be having literally dozens and dozens of additional cases that will be brought to us from law enforcement to consider filing. In the weeks to come, we will look through all those cases. And for us, by the way,
What about my rabbit?
For any individual who's engaged in criminal conduct but did not get immediately arrested, let me provide some bad news for you. There's a tremendous amount of video out there through social media and otherwise. We will know who you are, who engaged in this conduct. We will track you down. We will arrest you. We will prosecute you, and we will punish you. So, for people who've already engaged in this illegal activity, we're coming for you. For people who are thinking that maybe this is a good idea to do, please take this as your warning. That if you engage in this conduct, please don't come to us afterwards and say, we didn't think anything was going to happen to us. Because those prosecutions will occur. And again, before I go into the examples, let me give you one more overview. If you only saw the social media and the media reports of what's going on over the last 5 days, you would think that Los Angeles is on the verge of war, that we are truly being attacked repeatedly over and over and over again. Because that has been the media's message to both people in Los Angeles, to people in the state of California, to people in this nation, to people throughout this entire world. That somehow, every second of every day, there's another explosive firework on the street, and motorcycles are running into cops, and stores are being looted, that buildings are being vandalized and graffiti. Let me put this in perspective for you. There are 11 million people in this county, 4 million of which live in Los Angeles City. We estimate that there's probably thousands of people who've engaged in legitimate protests. Let's say 4,000 people. That means that 99.9% of people who live in Los Angeles City or generally in Los Angeles County have not engaged in any protests at all. Now, amongst the people who've engaged in protests, we estimate there are hundreds of people, let's say up to maybe 400 to use rough percentages, who've engaged in this type of illegal activity. So what does that mean? That means that 99.99% of people who live in Los Angeles City or live in Los Angeles County have not committed any illegal acts in connection with this protest whatsoever. So let's put that as a context when we look at these images over and over again that the media wants to put out there to try and scare us all. And then understand what the resources that we can bring, that law enforcement can bring to this task. The Los Angeles Police Department has over 8,500 officers. Sheriff Luna has over 9,000 officers. The California Highway Patrol, the local law enforcement agencies that have all been enlisted and have been so generous in helping us out, bring additional thousands of officers if needed for any level of civil unrest that might occur. And that civil unrest has been on a downward trend over the last several days, but these law enforcement officers are absolutely ready for anything that comes their way. So let me describe these 5 cases. The first case involves an individual who's been charged. His name is Juan Rodriguez. He's from Gardena. He's been charged with 1 felony count of assault upon a peace officer, resisting arrest, and advocating violence against an officer that has caused injury. At 5 p.m. on June 8th, Mr. Rodriguez.
Hey, Dreedy, how are you?
Commercial grade fireworks.
Yeah, see you soon. See you later, Jesse. Thank you so much for coming to the live. Thank you. Is y'all still here?
At the intersection of First Street and Los Angeles Street. He's also accused of throwing the fireworks himself at the officers. And one of these fireworks exploded and injured an audio officer from the exploding sparks. This charge, Mr. Rodriguez will be facing 6 years and 4 months in state prison. Second case, it involves Randy Paul Ruiz and Georgina Ronalero. Both have been charged with 2 felony counts of assault upon a peace officer. On June 8th, at approximately 3:40 p.m., police were holding a skirmish line at the corner of Temple and Alameda Streets when Mr. Ruiz allegedly drove his motorcycle into a line of officers. Minutes later, Mr.
What's up, Bentley boy? How was your day at work? I'm cooking. I'm almost done.
Injuring one and knocking down several others. If convicted as charged, Ruiz and Ravallero each face up to 6 years and 4 months in state
What's
prison.
up? Welcome back in the building. What? You can't see you. You got him out of here. Thank you, Kat. Thank you. My new favorite moderator.
This case involves both of these individuals being charged with 1 felony count of second-degree commercial burglary and grand theft. On June 8th at about 10:15 p.m., Mitchell was double parked near a Nike store in the 600 block of South Broadway that was allegedly being looted by a group of people. Paulk is accused of stealing multiple items from that store and getting into the car driven by Mitchell. They fled, but they were arrested a short time later. If convicted as charged, they each face up to 3 years in state prison. The next 2 cases are
They got their ass.
Sheriff's Department cases.
You cut your finger open swapping an engine? Oh my God. What you do? You fix on cars? Are you a mechanic? I got some very intelligent people that be joining my live. Y'all fix cars, doctors, nurses. What's up? Double tap that live, guys. I appreciate you all for being here. Help us get to 100. We need 40 more people to double tap the live, and we can honestly be at 100 already. 40 more people like the live, we'll be at 100. You work at your dad's shop. Hey, Pop.
Mr. Sanchez engaged in reckless driving. It is a minivan in downtown Los Angeles. Many of you saw the video footage of this where he was driving in donuts and injuring individuals.
Yeah, I seen that.
Mr. Sanchez is a third striker. If convicted as charged,
Right.
Mr. Sanchez faces up to 25 years to life in state prison. The 5th case is Christopher Gonzalez and Jocelyn Johnson. In this case, they've both been charged with 1 felony count of conspiracy to commit vandalism and 2 felony counts.
What about the dude with the shields? Nice, Bentley boy. Yeah, Bentley boy. Bentley boy.
He's accused of vandalizing an apartment complex down here on the 500 block of South Broadway. And Mr. Gonzalez allegedly painted graffiti.
What about them
right
sticking
here
into that
on the
weed
Hall of
shop?
Justice. They each face 3 years and 8 months in state prison. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Sheriff.
Today we had a lamb truck brought in. It was sick. Ooh, you should have took some pictures of it. What if it was Cardi B's lamb truck? Go in the cage.
Enforcement has brought to this task to try and keep us safe and still ensure that people who want to legitimately protest get that opportunity. Sheriff.
You don't have to keep buying those. Thank you, Madam DA. Thank you all for covering this story. I do want to start off not only by thanking all of you for being here, but I do want to take just a quick second to thank the district attorney. The day after the protest started, he called me. He told me he was assigning us a special prosecutor to deal with violence against our deputy sheriffs or any other related police officers. And I really appreciate that because just for a quick second, if you could think of the mindset of our employees having to leave their families and coming to work, to know that they're going to be in the middle of some of that isolated chaos that you've seen. It is good to know that when they are being violently attacked, whether it's with rocks, bottles, Molotov cocktails, pyrotechnics, pepper spray, I could go on, that they know that the individuals that we're going to focus on them and we have a district attorney who's going to bring forward charges. And just really,
Yeah, please make sure you like it before you leave.
U.S. attorney here in Los Angeles, and I think all of you saw something earlier today.
Well, I can't stay too long. Like, what type of errands you got to run?
So I just say that, and Mr. Hortman said it perfectly and articulated it very well.
What type of errands do you have to run?
There's a big distinction between
I already did it. Thank you so much.
Protest and demonstrate.
I appreciate it.
Violent, destructive.
Thank you
Basically,
for liking the live. Thank you so much. Help me get to 100 likes, y'all. We need 40 more people to like the live. The food gonna be done in a minute. Y'all gonna get to see the plate.
Facilitate all peaceful First Amendment activity. But when you have people that are out here to commit acts of violence against our deputy sheriffs or police officers, or they're destroying our city.
You gotta go to Walmart and then pick up some parts from your homie. Hey, Wally world. I barely go to Walmart because I go to Target.
And just this morning, because if you didn't get caught the last couple of nights.
When I used to live in the South, though, I used to go to Walmart every other day. But now I go to Target. I don't go to Walmart. I go to Target. You did? You went to Walmart? What you got from there, Catnap?
So just a little bit on some of the cases.
Or Napcat, whatever your name is. Catnap. What you got from Walmart?
Local gas station was burglarized, looted on Alondra Boulevard after the.
Y'all trying to see each other at Walmart.
Compton deputies responded to the gas station to secure the location and take the reports of the burglaries that had occurred. While at the location, an individual shouted at them and threw 2 full cans of beer in their direction. And I don't think it was to say thank you, it was for the opposite reason. The deputies ordered him to leave, however he refused and threw a 3rd full can.
I'm mainly getting some groceries for dinners for the next few days. What you gonna cook? You gonna get on live and cook, Bentley boy, so we can come watch you cook too?
Less lethal force, specifically a 40mm baton launcher striking the suspect. The deputies were able to immediately handcuff the suspect without any further incident. The suspect, 20-year-old Eduardo Cervantes, a resident of Linwood, was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. He was released on his own recognizance yesterday at the Compton court. Separately, 2 suspects arrested for felony vandalism here at the Hall of Justice. On Monday, deputies were driving in the 200 block of Temple Street near the Hall of Justice when they observed an act of vandalism in progress. They witnessed the 20-year-old Christopher Gonzalez.
What you cooking, Catnap? You ain't got enough subscribers to go live yet. You will. Just stay in here. Promote yourself in here, Bentley boy. Tell everybody in here to follow you. Then you'll get it. Everybody in here follow each other. We family. We can work at each other. Then you'll have enough followers. Some rice and hot dogs.
The suspect was using beige paint, and the content of the graffiti included.
Wait a minute. Rice, hot dogs, faso, mashed potatoes and gravy and chicken. Wait a minute. Some rice and hot dogs and faso and some mashed potatoes and gravy and chicken. Why all of that? Am I tripping? That sounds like a whole bunch of shit.
And was observed video recording the acts of vandalism. Following the second incident, deputies contacted both suspects and took them into custody. A search of their vehicle led to the discovery of large buckets of paint and a 10-foot extension pole believed to have been used in the commission of these crimes that were described.
Hell of a meal, exactly. Hell of protein.
On felony vandalism charges.
He bulking.
Just as I wrap up, and before I turn it over to my partner, Chief Jim McDonald, I just want to reiterate, we will facilitate the peaceful protest, and thank God 99% of them are taking place in this one square mile area here in the city of Los Angeles, and then when you saw in Paramount and Compton on Saturday. We are going to do everything we can to protect our employees when they're being attacked. So if you come to demonstrate, that's great. If you come to throw things at us,
you want corn too, or just
employees, you're gonna
What's
get
in that,
arrested, maybe not that
green
day,
bean?
but later, and you're gonna get prosecuted. And
It's
not
4
only
cans of
may
corn.
you serve significant time in jail, but
So
there's
you
gonna be
got
fines
just
behind
potatoes,
that.
chicken and sausage,
So
and green
with
beans.
that, I'm
We're
gonna
gonna
turn
have
it
a
over to
rice.
Chief McDonald, and I'll be available for
You need a
questions
cup of
after
rice.
he has.
That's not a cup. That's probably like a half a cup.
Thank you all, good afternoon. And again, you'll hear some common themes here, certainly. I want to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to all of our officers and deputies
I ain't
on the
going
lines
nowhere.
for their professionalism and dedication.
I know that's not a
They've been
cup,
asked to
though. I
work
know my
long
measurements.
hours in dangerous and unpredictable conditions, and I'm grateful.
See you later. Thank you so much for stopping by.
I also want to thank our dedicated
Family.
partners from local, state, and federal agencies.
Thank you
for
so
ongoing
much.
partnership and unwavering
Thank you for
support
stopping by.
during these challenging times. Los Angeles Police Department
Be safe on
recognizes
your
and
commute to
supports
Walmart.
the right to peaceful protest. But when individuals choose to weaponize that right, I want, by assaulting peace officers,
Thank you.
endangering lives, or committing crimes under the cover of a crowd that is no longer a protest, that is a crime and it won't be tolerated. 3 individuals have been charged with felony assault on our officers, including the use of fireworks and motorcycles to cause harm. These were deliberate acts that injured officers who were simply doing their job out there to protect the public. Let's not forget our officers face uncertain and often dangerous situations every day, and their risk to their lives has been even greater over these last few days. I've watched Molotov cocktails and fireworks mortars being launched out of tubes at our officers.
It's a lot of work. Well, it's really my family. I'm doing a barbecue in my backyard, and there's a lot of people. Oh, okay.
Our officers should never have to face targeted violence.
That sounds fun.
On the line to protect others. I want to thank the district attorney for pursuing felony charges in these cases. It sends a strong and important message. If you assault a peace officer in this city or this county, you will be held accountable. Additionally, I'm also pleased that there are charges related to looting and vandalism, crimes that took advantage of the unrest to target businesses and city property. In one case, a retail store was burglarized and tens of thousands of dollars in merchandise were stolen. And another, graffiti was sprayed onto a historic public building while an accomplice stood watch. These crimes don't advance any cause or any message. What they do is harm to our communities, our small businesses, and our civic institutions. The LAPD will continue to investigate all incidents thoroughly and work with our partners in the DA's office to bring every offender to justice. We remain committed to protecting First Amendment rights, restoring peace, and holding criminals accountable. I want to thank our officers, our partners in this community for their resilience and cooperation throughout this event. Thank you.
My food almost done.
And before we start with questions, I also want to thank the 2 members of my office that have worked around the clock to bring these charges. Alva Lynn, who is our head deputy of our charge evaluation division, and Deputy District Attorney Michael White, Crime Against Police Officers Division.
I know this is a
Take questions.
Today, Major General Sherman said that
I knew it.
our members have detained some people. They've already
I
done
knew
this
it.
and immediately turned them over to law enforcement.
A half a
Can
cup.
you share a little bit about which platform that they went to, how many
I don't know, right.
We're still working out a lot of the communication coordination with the Army, who is in charge.
There's not
of the
enough
programs
rice.
as well. So I don't think whether Chief McDonald or I have heard specifically about that. I'm almost positive that there is some guessing in this, that when he's talking about law enforcement, he's talking about federal law enforcement. Because one of their missions, from what has been described to us, is other than
I think they probably got rice for
federal
purpose. What
facilities,
time
they're
is it?
protecting federal employees or federal law
What time
enforcement.
is it?
So they're going to be going out together.
7:03.
Our
They
limited
probably
understanding
open.
thus far.
I'll be right back live. I'm finna leave y'all right here, okay? I'll be right back. I'm finna walk across the street to the store. Be good. I need to wash anything? That
Understanding thus far.
That should be good. The potatoes ain't gonna get that burnt. If they do, oh well. I'll be right back, y'all.
Are not facing the serious types of felonies that you're describing. They're probably going to be referred to the city attorney for less serious failures or whatever those allegations would be. In recent history in Southern California, hundreds of people have been arrested on those allegation protests. And then the city has made the decision not to prosecute any of them. And I'm curious if you're going to take a different position or what your thoughts are about that as it relates to the people arrested in the last few days.
So you are correct that there are certain crimes, misdemeanor crimes, committed here in Los Angeles City. It would be the jurisdiction of the city attorney's office. I've spoken to the city attorney, Heidi Feldstein Soto. She takes these crimes very seriously. I don't want to speak for her ahead of time as to the types of charges she's going to bring on these various violations. And you're right, they can, even misdemeanors can span a spectrum from failure to disperse, from violations of curfew, onto even more serious violent actions or actions involving theft. So I can tell you, having spoken to Ms. Feldstein Soto, that she and her office will be taking these violations very seriously. I don't think we have a precedent that was set in prior protests. I will tell you from the district attorney's office, which didn't bring charges in connection with the prior protests, starting today, you've heard we are bringing these charges, felony charges. We consider the actions, particularly the actions against law enforcement, the actions against public safety, the actions defacing, as Chief McDonald said, historic buildings, extremely serious. In many ways, I've been, well, not in many ways, I've been a lifelong Angelino. I've been here over 60 years in this city, in this county. These people who want to go ahead and not protest and not engage in legitimate speech, but want to go ahead and commit crimes in our home, we're going to protect our home. We're going to make sure if someone wants to throw cinder blocks at our police officers, we're going to protect our police officers and hold those people accountable. They want to go ahead and write disgusting words all over our public buildings, we're going to go after them as well. They want to steal from our stores, we're going to hold them accountable for their actions. And that's the way I view it. That's the way the district attorney's office views it. If you want to come into our county, into our home, and commit crimes, you will be arrested, prosecuted, and punished.
Two questions, if I may. The first one being, all three of you have spoken in some regard about outside agitators or anarchists, I've heard. Obviously, you also respect the rights of peaceful protesters. I'm wondering if you can provide any evidence of maybe organization from anarchists. Have you been able to trace a certain group that's behind it? Obviously, you've highlighted 5 cases of men and women doing destruction, but is there any other evidence about anarchists or people that are coming in here with organized intention?
Good. I'm limited in what I can respond to that, only because there's ongoing cases, but I can assure you that all of us up here are looking to see if there is a conspiracy of some kind, organization. There is some evidence we've seen that I don't want to share at this time, and it's not because I don't want to talk to you about it. It's because we're focused on arresting those individuals involved and bringing the best cases forward. Some of them may be to the district attorney, but highly likely to the U.S. attorney, where we're working with some of our federal partners to look at that angle of exactly what you're asking for.
A quick follow-up for the chief. And this is coming from somebody who's been here for several days and have watched how your law enforcement officers have conducted themselves and have used less lethal rounds, from my perspective, only after being agitated by other people throwing things. However, there is a video now circulating online of less lethal methods being used on a woman, not quite a protester, standing very close to officers, being fired at with less lethal methods. Also a caveat that we do see these police officers give her multiple warnings, but I'm wondering if you could comment on the use of those methods at such a close distance to someone that did not seem to be posing much of a threat.
Yeah, I can't speak to that individual case because I'm not aware of what the follow-up was. But each one of these we see, it generates an investigative follow-up. We will look into it thoroughly and then, look for all the video we possibly can out there, body-worn video on the officers and then a video from the environment there and put together as best we can
what the circumstances were.
Perhaps then you could speak to people out there who may not understand that warnings
Was it being good?
officers wouldn't take that.
You talk to me?
step.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Bottom line is once we give it.
Did y'all be good?
Because things have gotten out of hand.
Were y'all obedient?
And you were ordered to leave that area, and the officers are gonna clear that area. And
Okay.
some of the tactics used involve less lethal munitions. And certainly while they're way more accurate than they were in years past, certainly there's also times where they potentially hit a target that was not the intent.
Go in the cage.
If you're in the environment and you're told to leave, please leave. The safety of everyone around.
Do you know what's going on at Royal Heights? I just saw a video earlier in my office over here. There was a white car and then two silver cars. I think it was an SUV and a silver truck. Came up, caught up with the white car.
What's up, y'all? I walked across the street to the store to go get some rice. Now I'm back to finish off the meal. When you make your rice, make sure you clean that rice. Make sure you clean that rice off. Okay?
I know that Hollenbeck units were dispatched on that, so once we free up there, we'll figure out what was going on up there. Oh yeah, whenever anything happens of significance, we just start looking at it right away. Try and capture that video we can, any other evidence we can right away. Yeah, no, I'll have to follow up with you to see what those the sheriff could just clarify what you said earlier to the question about the National Guard. Now you can also basically pay people. How would it work then? I sort of, and it's not like as you were saying, I'm only really there paying those on the federal officers, but I don't know how the handoff works to local law enforcement if the National Guard was to pay protesters. Let me clarify that. What's been communicated to me thus far, and we are asking for more specific communication from the Army, which the National Guard is falling under them now, along with the Marines, is that they've expressed to us that they have their mission is split up into three areas. That it is to protect federal functions, to protect federal facilities, and to protect federal personnel. And as far as I know, and again, we are all in meetings trying to increase our communication and coordination with them, so we're still asking for specific clarification.
Potatoes, done. Look how crispy these potatoes gonna be.
They do not have the powers to arrest or detain. So if they are out in the field, they may be there, but they're working in conjunction with federal authorities. It could be ICE, Border Patrol.
Done. Look how crispy those is. Perfect.
Agencies that they're working with. But again,
Perfect.
not knowing that specific incident, that's where communication and coordination is critical.
Sheriff, do you know, are the Marines here? I've been hearing since
It's
Sunday
crispy,
they've been on their way.
it's crunchy, then it just melts in your mouth. The outside is crunchy, but it just melts in your mouth.
I would be guessing if I try to answer that. Again, I'm just gonna leave it at this. We are doing everything we can. I know Chief
Nothing but potatoes in the middle.
Our staffs are doing everything we can to
Y'all been watching me cook?
our communication with the Army. So
Yes, Joyce.
we would know those specific questions. And
We are.
they were just activated, I think, what was it, Sunday? So there's a lot going on behind the scenes. And first of all, I just tell you, I've never served in the military. I have nothing but respect for people in the military, whether they're soldiers in the National Guard or Marines. They are our soldiers. So we're doing our best to put them and ourselves, and primarily our community,
in a position so that we succeed together moving forward. Because frankly, we're all in an extremely difficult situation right now that none of us have ever been involved in, including the military.
Thank you. Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez is going to give us some remarks in Spanish.
I will briefly summarize the DA's statements in Spanish, and then any questions in Spanish can be directed at the individual agencies.
All right, so we'll get there to this update from officials including the LA County Sheriff Office, movement of LA, DKA, Nathan Hortman about some of these anti-ICE demonstrations. Posted also asked about this moment. The Homeland Security saying this is no good one. This was a targeted arrest of a violent rioter who punched a CBP officer. The Homeland Security investigation trying to arrest the result of the attempt to flee. He was ultimately arrested.
Now we just gotta wait on the rice to cook. That's it. We're waiting on the rice. I should have got some bread. We're waiting on the rice. I should have got some bread. Yeah, some bread go good with everything, but I'm gonna just give me a piece of light bread. I will bite the shit out of you, Trey.
Have been absolutely imperative to us in helping us make sure we're running operations and really targeting these bad actors. Our Federal Protective Services and also our Border Patrol agents have come and been partners with us in an incredible way. They bring a skill set that has helped us have a whole of government approach under the Department of Homeland Security that has never happened before.
Trey, he got a chicken and sausage in the oven, cooking in a skillet with green peppers and onion seasoning. He got green and potatoes flavor. You know it, Mimi. Bread and butter. You know it, Mimi. They're gonna see it. I'm gonna put it on the plate for y'all. I'm gonna actually plate it. So you can see exactly what I'm cooking. I know y'all want to see what it's gonna look like. I'm gonna actually plate it for you.
But they're doing it every single day here in the United States of America too, and doing it as service, public service to the people in this country because they took an oath to uphold the law. We also have a U.S. attorney here who has been aggressive, has been making sure that we don't pick winners and losers in this country, that the rule of law will be followed, and that people who break the law and perpetuate violence will be brought to justice. They will be prosecuted, and there will be consequences for that kind of activity. The Department of Justice is here and has a presence in our incident command center, as well as the DEA, the FBI, and their investigative teams have been fantastic with their leadership. And we also have the IRS here that's helping us track how these violent protesters are funded, what NGOs out there, what unions, what other individuals may be funding these violent perpetuators that are in these protests that take people who may be wanting to come and be peaceful, but instead turn these into very violent activities and go after law enforcement. That's just simply not acceptable. And I also want to thank our U.S. Marshals. They've been so great in helping us to secure facilities, but also operations and also with transportation. That as soon as someone is arrested and brought into incarceration, that they are transported out and able to face prosecution and the consequences for their crimes. I want people to know that while these officers and these agencies and our military are here doing this work and these operations, that the people across this country are so
What's the matter? Why are they so weird?
Just me and you. Cause I wanna make it move. Tell me who you like it. Tell me who you like. I've been waiting.
You deserve compassion and choices in your healthcare. Learn more at cnc.org/now.
Tap, 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 tap. Double tap the live, guys.
Crackdown controversy. President Trump says he's now directing ICE agents into Democratic-led cities. Thanks for joining us from CBS 13 News at 6. I'm Martha Kincher. And I'm Nurse Howard. That's where we begin tonight. Those cities, something he describes at the core of the Democrat power center. In tonight's politics at large, Steve is live for us in Sacramento with a new partisan approach to the president's communication plan. Steve?
Yeah, the president saying he now wants to target the Democrat-led cities just days after saying he wants to protect farmers from immigration raids. He's on the blistering.
You said I'm trying to kick it up a step.
It's a serious social media post telegraphing President Trump's next immigration enforcement action. We must expand efforts.
These what the green beans look like.
America's largest
The green beans.
Democratic power center. And these radical Democrats are sick of lying. The president spoke about the vote at this G7 precedent.
Most of those people are in the cities. The cities. All Democrat-run cities. And they think they're going to use them to vote. It's not going to happen.
The president's new plan to target undocumented immigrants in Democrat-run cities comes out in a video captured ICE agents running down people in an Oxnard crop field. That video reported last week. After its release, the president posted, "We must protect
Almost done, guys. That's the little oven that I cook it in, right there. This oven right here is what I cook it in.
Workers at their place of work while they're literally trying to put food on all of our tables, then maybe that's what this order's about.
Antonio Guerrero is a spokesperson for the United Farm Workers. He said that the president's son an announcement he will ship
I'll cook it some more.
away from agricultural fields.
Just let it cook some more. Let it cook down.
An attack on immigrant workers, an attack on all workers.
What's that?
We're making immigrant workers live in fear. We're also making life harder for American citizens.
Some of the things that happened over the last few weeks, I think, were just, it was unfortunate.
Republican Senator Ricky Flora is a farmer and Trump supporter who wants to see a legislative pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants. He does not see an agreement.
What that mean?
We have to bring down temperature. There's a lot of things, like anxiety within our communities. And I do believe us as politicians have a role to play.
I want to take the potatoes out though. I don't want the potatoes to cook no more. Everyone likes your meal?
Crackdown on Democrat-run cities. And Governor Gavin Newsom did respond to
That's good.
Trump's post. The post was full reading in part. Trump's enforcement
Because that is important.
militarized cities.
Somebody got it right. That is important. The potato is good.
Fox News alert: Marines arriving in Los Angeles and joining the National Guard as anti-ICE protests continue for a good day, defying a curfew put in place by the mayor.
Jonathan Hunt is live on the ground in LA with the latest for us. Jonathan?
Ainsley Lawrence, Brian, good morning to you. We are once again standing outside the Metropolitan Detention Center, which has been ground zero for a lot of the protests and riots. We'll give you a quick look at that. As you can see, National Guard troops are covering the entrance to the Metropolitan Detention Center. And as you look just behind them, you can see one of those white transport buses that have been used to bring in some of the arrested illegal immigrants into and out of this facility. And it was when one of those buses moved yesterday afternoon that the first clashes of the day really began. Police decided at that point, after having a couple of bombs thrown at officers who were swarming that bus, that they needed to push the protesters back. The protesters fireworks at some point continued to throw bottles and rocks at the officers, so they pushed them back very strongly. There was once again just one more scene that really riled up the president, and he took again to X this morning to say that this is all the fault of California Governor Gavin Newsom. President Trump writing on Truth Social, the incompetent governor of California.
Not your sister is picky.
Provide protection in a timely manner when our ICE officers, great patriots they are, were attacked by an out-of-control mob of agitators, troublemakers, and/or insurrectionists. Make America great again. Now, it's as a result of all of these riots that we've seen and the looting on top of that, that Mayor Karen Bass of LA introduced an 8 p.m. curfew last night, and as that curfew began, hundreds of protesters once again tried to shut down the 101 freeway, which is the main artery running right through the heart of downtown Los Angeles. Police again moved in after the protesters cut through fences to get on to the 101. They started rounding them up. As we understand it, something like 67 arrests were made in all. And as all of this was unfolding last night, Governor Gavin Newsom decided to deliver his own address. It was very much in a presidential style, no doubt, with an eye to 2028. And Gavin Newsom once again took the Trump administration to task. Listen here.
This administration is pushing mass deportations, indiscriminately targeting hardworking immigrant families, regardless of roots or race. What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before.
This year, we're hearing a lot about government efficiency. To follow the debate, it helps to have data and facts. Don't hit that skip button. This stuff matters. I'm Steve Ballmer, a data nerd who founded USA Facts. And here's a quick take on a hot topic. But first, a quick disclaimer. As I talk, I do a lot of rounding. Maybe you see on screen will be more exact. So now, let's roll. Here's a fact to wake you up. From 2023 to 2024, the federal government's deficit increased to $1.8 trillion. That's a 1 and 8 and 11 zeros. What was that all? But we've been running deficits for over 20 years. And COVID just really accelerated government spending. But here's a quick primer of what changed from 2023 to 2024. All numbers I discussed are adjusted for inflation, unless otherwise noted. Federal revenue increased $343 billion last.
And guys, we're just less than 1 hour from this first curfew being lifted now, and we'll wait to see if the protesters come back onto the streets of LA today. Back to you guys.
Jonathan, for the most part, when do you start seeing this stirring? I mean, here it is, 5 in the morning there. When do you start seeing this stirring of the protesters? What time roughly?
Usually, Brian, the protesters start gathering around 10, 11 in the morning, so we're about 5 hours from that point. So that's when we would expect to see them. We're checking all the social media channels, as always, to see where and how they are organizing. I've not seen any calls for them to get out on the streets as of yet today, but it's very early here in LA.
Jonathan, I always wonder, how can someone spend day after day protesting? Don't they have jobs? Don't they have to go make money? But then we're learning that maybe some of them are getting paid to do this.
Yeah, there is certainly organization behind these protests. And you heard the LAPD Chief Jim McDonald say quite plainly the people causing the violence, causing the real problems here, have nothing to do with the cause of immigration. They are, in the words of the police chief, professional anarchists who the police here have seen during the George Floyd riots, during the anti-Wall Street riots, and so on and so on. These are the same characters, according to the police chief, who keep coming out and have nothing on their minds but violence and mayhem.
Right, not even embedded in the cause, which is doing show chaos. Thank you. So you got the homeless nonprofit, handing out PPE for people, as is the LA Poverty Department. Healthy Hearts, you would think, is there for people who need to eat. Instead, they're wading into left-wing politics. They're lifted as a left-wing group supporting them.
In Charlotte, the Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights not only got $1 million from Joe Biden's DHS, but also takes money from the Chinese. They're all over it. And Republicans are investigating 200 NGOs that might be promoting these illegal immigrants.
So it's the ideology as well. Things like you have people that look at feminism, pro-Hamas, that has to do with immigration, but they're promoting that as well. And then I even heard some of the protesters who would take the interview saying, okay, we have the Mexican flag here because it is really Mexico. So, I mean, we're dealing with people that don't believe in the West, that don't believe in America, that's trying to take us back in time. And there are connections to these NGO groups and all of these activists.
Yeah, more tax dollars. Remember when Elon was starting Doge and he said, all the money we're giving to NGOs, we don't know where that money goes. We don't know how they spend the money, but that's American dollar. Those are American dollars. President Trump was speaking in Fort Bragg. He said, you want to burn the flag? He said, I think you should go to prison for a year if you burn the American flag.
It's upside down Joseph discussion.
All right, let me show y'all. This is the plate.
Mexican flags in Los Angeles. Kyle Scheidler was with the Senate for
Do y'all like it?
and he joined us early.
Do you like the plate? Do you like the plate? Do it look good? You could grab a plate, Jalen. Do y'all like the plate?
Who usually cover themselves as community organizations that do a lot of the crowdfunding to pay for this kind of equipment. You know, those masks that they were shipping go about $35 on Amazon, so they're not overly expensive. They can raise several $1,000s pretty quickly. You know, I guess that they've been preparing to do this.
It looks great. Period. I'm about to eat it.
The strategy, the overall strategy, the political imagery, that stuff will be determined in advance. What the topic is that they want this to be done on. We knew they were going to do this on border security and immigration for some time.
I was online yesterday, and this is from Barack Obama in his book, That's October 26. He said, if I'm honest with myself, I must admit that I'm not entirely immune to such negative sentiments when I see Mexican flags waving at pro-immigration demonstrations. Sometimes I feel a flush of patriotic resentment when I'm forced to use a translator to communicate with the guy fixing my car. I feel a certain frustration. And that's where I feel Obama back then. And then you look at the Democratic Party today, I mean, he would be considered MAGA. You know, calling about death on his book. His party is totally false.
Well, and did you see on social media?
Y'all, we about to eat it.
That they're giving out to people who are rioting, and it's advertised on social media. There it is.
There it is.
These are all the supplies you get if you go out there, according to Operation Help.
It's good.
Which was that organization you were talking about, Ryan.
It's good. I got to take my hat off and just be bald headed.
Money goes into these organizations, and they're given out to the rioters. And guess who's firmly behind them? Gavin Newsom, who looks at Trump as the problem. Attorney General Pam Bondi is coming up in 10 minutes.
Fox News where California Governor Gavin Newsom is blaming President Trump for the riots in Los Angeles after a judge rejected Newsom's motion to block the Marines and National Guard from deploying.
This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed the combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next. Democracy is under assault before our eyes.
But the president says federal troops are helping save the city.
The tornadoes hit up here, and you don't want to be the one that last year there was, I think on record, tornadoes that hit the area. The most recent instance, they rescued down a power line.
It's so seasoned. With a Canada Dry.
Very quickly afterwards, however, if it did not, I would say that it was very likely that we would have taken the water at that point because the sump pumps were not functioning. The pump was at a certain level, takes that water and injects it right outside through a pipe on the exterior of the home, so the water.
The president says federal troops are helping save the city.
Got to do a better job, do a bad job, causing a lot of death, a lot of potential death.
Because we didn't send out the National Guard, and last time we gave a little additional help, you would have Los Angeles would be burning right now.
Joining us now, the United States Attorney General and Madam Attorney General. Thanks so much for joining the program.
Thanks, Lawrence.
You own to something, Mr. White.
And what do you make of the governor blaming the president for the actions of illegals in this country?
See that meat just fall out the bone.
The ones that come pick them up, and the protesters that are now activists that are throwing stuff at the cops.
Well, Lawrence, evidently, Gavin Newsom has not been out to the scene. He has not turned on the television set to see the incredible amount of violence that is happening.
Ew, Mountain Dew nasty.
In Los Angeles, President Trump is going to make America safe again. We're going to protect Americans, and that includes Californians. But Gavin Newsom isn't going to protect them.
I never liked Mountain Dew.
He also failed to declare an economic disaster. Having done that, Kelly Loeffler and the Small Business Administration could have come in and helped all those businesses that were being looted. He could have given them federal funding, but he's refusing to help even his own small businesses in California. And if you loot a business in California during this, we're charging you with robbery under the Hobbs Act. No longer are the days of non-prosecution for looting. It's a criminal act. You've seen on the news all these stores being burglarized, vandalized. We've also seen, Lawrence, all of our police officers, all of our federal, state, local law enforcement officers being abused out there, trying to keep California safe. Jointly, we've all made over 190 arrests.
You drink water and Mountain Dew?
A police officer, you assault a police officer, state or federal, we are coming after you.
That's Jalen.
Cocktails, no longer.
That's Jalen.
The other day, I think it was a couple days ago on Sean Hannity's show, we released the FBI warrant out for this mass guy that was doing bricks at the cops. What's the latest on their investigation? And have you found the other individuals that were doing the bricks at the cops?
More charges coming. He is now on the...
Food always tastes better when it's not yours.
He is on the run.
Jalen, not Javid.
He should turn himself in because he is looking at federal prison time. They're going to find you. He thought he could wear a mask and get away with this, but with our technology now and incredible law enforcement work with FBI, DEA, ATF, working with ICE, working with Homeland Security, we're coming after you. We're getting these videos. We're seeing what you're doing. We're finding you. This guy's face is all over the news now, and we are going to catch him.
We're seeing a connection between these individuals on the street. You got the pro-Hamas crowd, you got the Greenies, you got the Occupy Wall Street people, and then you got these people that want to advocate for the illegals to stay in this country. I want to bring you to this DOJ case that you guys just opened against an open coffee shop that were refusing service for Jewish customers. What's the latest on that?
You know, Lawrence, we shouldn't live in the world in which we live, where you would name a coffee shop Jerusalem Coffee Shop, yet you would, when a Jewish person comes in there, they're mocked, they're told to leave, they're said horrible names to because they're wearing a Jewish hat or a Jewish star. We're not going to put up with that. Under Title II, they cannot do that in our country. Listen to what else they did. After the October 7th anniversary, that horrific day, the anniversary of October 7th, after that, they added new drinks to the menu. One was Sweet Sinwar, in honor, a tribute to the leader of Hamas, who tortured Jews, who orchestrated the October 7th attacks. That's the world in which we're living, that they do a drink honoring him. And can't do that. And so,
it's good.
We've sued them, and we're going to stop this from happening. And anywhere in the country, if you do this, we're coming after you. Cannot do this.
I mean, that's pretty egregious. I didn't know about the drink.
That was good, y'all. This is all I got left on my plate. That was good. That was good. Mimi and Catnap said, hey. Jayla.
What?
Mimi and Catnap said, hey.
You said Mimi? Hey, Catnap. Wait, are there two different people?
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Mimi.
He said, hey, Mimi.
Well, you want some more of these potatoes?
Promoting the
You like them?
anti-Semitism. We're not promoting it, encouraging it throughout our country. We will not stand for it. We will protect
I want
our
some
Jewish
chicken and some
citizens.
sausage.
We will fight for them. I was on the scene, Lawrence, about horrific murder involving, of course, the young couple leaving the Jewish museum. And
I want more.
Of course, look what happened in Boulder, Colorado. It's escalating. These words encourage escalation. Putting things on your menu.
I love you, Mimi.
Anti-Semitism.
Thank you for joining my channel.
We're not going to stand for it, and we're going to sue you what we've done. So if you're doing this anywhere else in the country, you better stop because we're going to find you. We're going to protect our Jewish community in this country.
Madam Attorney General, I only got about 30 seconds. I gotta ask you in that case regarding California. I know it's gonna be Judge Riots' son is adjudicated that. I know that there's been a lot of lawfare going on. Are you concerned about that, or do you respect the merits of the case are going to be adjudicated fairly?
I got more, y'all. More. Because it's busting.
I think it's our 278th lawsuit. Who's counting? Against the federal government since Donald Trump has been in office. And sure, we're prepared to defend it because we are prepared to protect our law enforcement officers out there.
I'm thankful.
Entitled to do that under the law. And that's another reason, Lawrence, why one
I'm thankful for this meal. A lot of people probably ain't gonna eat today. I'm thankful I can eat.
For law enforcement officers, and we will continue to protect our law enforcement. Funding for law enforcement, and that's why it's so important also from a law enforcement perspective.
It's good.
It's a big issue.
I wish I could give y'all some.
So I'm sure they can use the money as well. Madam Attorney General, thank you so much for always being transparent with us.
Thank you, Lawrence.
It's like a good, perfect blend
I'm Riot Jones.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest
of everything
interviews
together.
and most compelling analysis.
It's a beautiful day at Safetyville, and Shelley is feeling completely at peace as she heads
Thank you, Mimi.
centered.
Oh. Y'all gotta love this. I'm telling y'all.
And it's falling off the bone too, Mimi.
Mm-hmm. Falling off the bone, Mimi.
And moving at her own flow. Shelley sees her bus pulling away, and suddenly her inner peace turns into a full-blown panic. Oops. Looks like Shelley's downward dog just became her final pose. Never meant to catch the bus. Safety begins with you.
Look, I told the girl, I said, do that thing, put the money in the bag. Hey, excuse me. You on your phone? Yeah, oh man, I play this game, we're okay though. You love this game. You're playing.
All right. I'm done. When I'm done, I'm done. I'm tired of eating. No problem, Mimi. Gotta be gracious. Don't expect nothing. Just be thankful.
Buck up, Fox News alert. The Trump administration sent an additional forces to restore order to Los Angeles as anti-ICE riots enter into the fifth day.
So let's get right to Jonathan Hunt. He's live on the ground in LA. Hey, Jonathan.
Ainsley, Lawrence, Brian, good morning to all.
Trump is ordering ICE to expand
It's 7 p.m.
efforts and do all in their power to achieve
What time is it where y'all at?
that call came in a social media post. This as the
Alexa.
whether the president can call up the National Guard without state approval heads to an appeals court this week.
Alexa, what time is it?
Push for legislation to prevent law enforcement
Good
officers
evening, Trey. It's 7:43 p.m.
It's 7:43 p.m.
Dan Julian, state senators Scott Wiener and Jesse Arkin say
It got a lot.
concealment of officers is really adding to fear in communities. They want to ban officers who do
How's your day, the one? Joyce, what are you talking about? You're from Oregon? Wow, Oregon is big.
California Democrats say recent instances of federal agents covering their faces on the job are inciting fear.
We don't need law enforcement officers who are covering their faces, who are not identifying themselves.
who are jumping out of unmarked vehicles and grabbing residents of this state.
State Senator Stockmeyer says his new bill aims to increase transparency for law enforcement operations. The proposal would prohibit all officers, local, state, and federal, from covering their faces while working in California.
No.
It carves out exceptions for medical
They could be able to cover their face. That's stupid as fuck.
and SWAT teams.
They working a dangerous job. People doxing them and shit, and then they getting killed. They should be able to cover their face.
Assembly member Tom Lackey, retired CHP sergeant, questions the motivation for this.
I don't think state officials can tell federal officers how to do their job.
Exactly.
It's done so much to try to increase
They just trying to make it like, no, that makes it dangerous for them.
the public. So I think this
That makes it dangerous for them.
very damaging. It's very questionable.
Do you have a phone to think with the
Exactly. They need to be able to cover their face so that they can go home to their family safe every night.
Then you need to go over there and deal with the
Police union leaders in San Francisco tell us they already have policies requiring officers to identify themselves clearly in public. Tracy McCray of the San Francisco Police Officers Association
Get in the cage.
says this could impact undercover.
What I told you to get.
The bill would also require officers to be identifiable through uniforms or other means.
our identity and who we are.
Yeah, that's crazy. They saying that law officers can't wear covers over their face. If they're trying to dox these people and trying to harm these people, wouldn't you want them to do that? That make them a little bit safer. Nobody give a fuck about the. If you're not committing no crimes and doing nothing illegal, you shouldn't feel threatened at all. Even if you're doing crime, you know what come with it. So what you feeling threatened for? I feel like officers should be able to do whatever they need to do to make sure that they safe. They're entering into critical situations, not knowing what they're facing. They don't know what they're going into. Maybe that face covering give them the extra courage that they need to do the job. And all of them might not be right. I understand where y'all coming from. You're trying to make sure everybody's safe on both ends, but law officers should be able to do whatever the fuck they need to do. I'm sorry. If you ain't doing nothing illegal, then you shouldn't have nothing to worry about. Maybe once you get to the shop, you can show your face to the person who you arrested, but while they on the street, they shouldn't have to show their face to no fucking body. It's already enough they gotta be out there.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Washington for a special edition of Special Report. I'm Brett Baer. Coming up in a few minutes, my world-exclusive live interview with
That's
Israeli
crazy.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, the first since the Israeli strikes on Iran began. But first, this afternoon, Fox News alert, the growing conflict in the Middle East, Israel launching a third day of airstrikes across Iran. Israeli officials advised Iranians to evacuate arms factories and threatening to use even greater force. Iran saying 128 people have been killed, 900 wounded so far. The Islamic Republic responding with missile attacks of its own, which have killed 13 people and wounded more than 360. Iran's foreign minister saying today his country will stop its attacks if Israel stops theirs.
I told you to get up in that cage. You're not listening.
Good afternoon, Trey.
Right, good afternoon. Since the conflict began, Iran has launched...
Keep having to tell you the same thing over and 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 over. We got some chili lime spits. Y'all want some sunflower seeds?
When we arrived at one impact site this morning, rescue crews were combing through the rubble of an apartment building in central Israel, looking for survivors. One man is named Mayor was still trapped as his son, who had been
You was making them do that?
of his father.
Oh.
Right now, rescue workers
Not they waving back.
That's that young before all the waves.
that targeted central Israel.
What's up, bro?
Survivors who are trapped under the rubble, including Mayer.
Hi.
The first two letters right there before the first set of waves.
Hi. That's Mimi. We saying hi. The dill pickle ones are good, Leon. I'm gonna have to try them. I like these. I never tried these before, so how do I say I'm like them? Let's see. You can roll up. Oh, we got a blunt already? I've been craving sunflower seeds, y'all. Well, I won't say craving, but I don't want them.
Iran's foreign minister spoke today about the American support for Israel during the conflict. Now, in conversation...
Barbecue and the ranch ones. The ranch buff. The ranch one's good as fuck.
Military and nuclear sites. The Iranians are firing ballistic
These are right. They taste stale. These are right. They taste like construction paper.
Because we were facing a threat, a dual existential threat. One,
They supposed to be chili lime, but they taste like construction paper.
their enriched uranium to make atomic bombs with a specific and declared intent to destroy us. Second, a rush to increase
They're not that good.
ballistic missile arsenal into the capacity that they would have 30 years
Have you ever tried these?
weapons within 3 years, 10,000 ballistic missiles, each one weighing a ton, coming in at Mach 6, right into our city.
They do taste like construction paper. If you've ever tried these, put a 1 in the chat.
20,000.
Have you ever tried these, guys? Put a 2 if hell no.
And certainly not a country the size of this one. So we had to act. It was the 12th hour. We did act to save ourselves, but also, I think, to
Hell no. Bit.
protect the world from
Nobody ever had these before.
incendiary regime. We can't have the world's most dangerous regime.
I really appreciate going live, and it's actually people here that's like talking to me. Y'all don't know how long I waited for this. Thank y'all so much for coming in here and actually talking to me.
Less than 2 months ago, the new director of national intelligence told some
I waited my whole life for this. To just get on my YouTube channel and actually have people who interact with me. I really wanted this bad. I prayed for this. I asked for it for a very long time. I just want people to come to my YouTube. I used to always say that. I just want a bunch of people to come to my YouTube. Thank y'all so much for coming here. I really appreciate it. I used to work at a gas station too. So you used to have these when you worked at a gas station, Leon? Mr. White, great minds, yes. No problem. Thank you for talking to me. Said thank you for interacting with us. I love getting on here. I don't have like friends in real life. I like to go to work when I was in school, go to school and go home. You know, I try to keep everything peaceful state of myself. But I sometimes do need that outlet or some other people to communicate with. And it's gonna be y'all. I'll tell y'all everything, show y'all everything. When I want to go around, and I'm going to buy an iPad next week. I'm going to actually invest in this YouTube channel. I'm going to buy myself an iPad so I can get better footage, because I was going to buy a new phone, but I'm thinking I don't need 2 phones. This phone is okay. I think an iPad would be better, because if I get an iPad Pro, at least I'd be able to like edit and stuff on there and shoot out actual vlogs and videos and go live with y'all in public places.
clearly some of these strikes have joined the Iranian leadership, military, leaders on this
So yeah, we're gonna start this journey. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that, guys. While we here, can we all help each other get to 100 likes? Can we get to 100 likes? Like the page.
And the ballistic missile, that's basically what Iran has. They certainly don't have the people. 80% of the people who throw these.
Yep, catnap, write everything down.
I mean, they murder them, they oppress them for 46 years. They've yearned for freedom. And I mean, they should win it because their hair is uncovered.
This is the beginning.
Students,
We're gonna be on here every day. We're gonna start working out in the morning. I'm gonna do like 3 lives a day. I'm gonna start going live at least 3 times a day. Even if I don't go that long. I know for sure like early in the morning, like probably like 5 a.m. I'm gonna start doing like 5 and 6 a.m. lives, working out. And then in the evening, maybe we'll like cook or something. Maybe we'll start cooking a meal every day. Teach each other to save money. Cook meals, that's what we'll probably do. Like cook meals that are cheap, inexpensive. Or do meal preps. We can do that live. Like do meal preps, inexpensive things that'll help us out.
we attacked their top command. I can inform you, Brett, that moments ago, we also got the...
Yeah, you know, try to be helpful and not nothing that's meaningful. It's a lot of people already just putting out content, and that may work for them. But for me, I want to be something that you can actually go back and look at the live and be like, you remember he was cooking that meal? Let's go back and look at it. We actually like make meal preps and stuff, set that up for the week, actually going to work out. We are keeping the track of our weight. We keeping track of how we bulking. We keeping track of the weights we lifting. We need to keep track of all that. All of us should do it. And we all post on our channel. And we can just recycle the subscribers. We all go to each other's channel. Doing shorts to promote my live? How do I do that? Just post a short and say, I'm going live right now, guys. If you see me cooking this right now, that means I'm live. Come check me out. Bet. I'm gonna do stuff like that. I'm gonna do stuff like that. What did you mess up, Catnap? I already cooked earlier today. Right now, like a few minutes ago, we made some. I don't even know how how I say it. I guess some skillet chicken, some sautéed chicken and sausages with bell peppers and onions, with some good like gravy over rice, green beans, and potatoes. I believe it. I post some shorts, but not a lot. But I'm gonna start posting more. You smashed the light too far. Your phone actually cracked. Oh hell no! You must got an Android. Might as well throw it in the trash then. I got some crybabies. This extra sour bubble gum.
Look, I've been in constant contact with President Trump. We've known each other for many years. And obviously we informed our American friends and President Trump, our great friend, ahead of time. We did.
What kind of Android you got, the one? I don't like Android. Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. Say that 10 times fast. Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. 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 I'm tired, shit. Fuck that phone. I don't like Android. The only thing I like about Android is you can save music to your phone. Hey, Melissa. How are you? It's old. Oh. Cool. It's sour. But it's good sour. It's good sour. I'm doing great, Melissa. How are you? I'm doing good. You rich, Melissa? What's going on in your life? Share something with us. Positive. No. I'm gonna do another one. Like the live, Melissa. Can you help me get to 70 likes, Melissa? What's up, Trido? Hey. Go to bed. Don't fight your sleep.
Well, we certainly done quite a bit. We've destroyed the main facility in Natanz. That's the main facility.
This looks old.
Whatever is needed, but yes, we're committed to and what we're doing, I'm not going to all of our objectives. I don't want to get into specific operational plans, but it's our existence. But not only ours, it's a wider civilization, it's barbers, including that. This regime, look at what it's done without nuclear weapons. It's just fomented.
It's sour. Thank you, Carla. My tooth squeak. Exactly. You ain't crying, you dying.
That's what they're doing when they don't have nuclear weapons. Imagine what they will do if they have nuclear weapons. And I'm always amazed at
Got water.
This is a forever war that Iran is doing without nuclear weapons. Imagine what they will do if they have them.
Mm-hmm.
We must make sure that they don't have
They're good.
and the means to deliver them. And they're working on code.
I just want to ask you about the nuclear sentence. Fordo,
My goal for today is
inside amount
1,000.
nuclear experts
1,000 likes. We got a long way to go.
facility where Iran's forces having
We gotta get 900.
some ways experts say it might be more important for
Basically 928.
So I guess the question is, if the goal
928 likes.
program, how do you do so without the 30,000 pound cluster bombs that really only the U.S. has? How do you ask President Trump to use that 30,000 pound penetrating bomb at those facilities?
I'm not going to get into my discussions with the president, but understand that his decisions are his decisions. As for these targets being destroyed in Isfahan and conversion facility, that's a very important facility that without which you can't really.
Y'all can hear my teeth squeaking? You can hear that? You hear my teeth squeaking? You don't hear that? They can hear it. Bye.
Is here to align with Arrow Fox and turn our attention to New York in a pivotal shift. Combs trial, as we are following very closely, and juror number 6 dismissed after prosecutors raised concerns about his honesty, accusing him of a lack of candor in relation to his arrest. This reports police have saying the federal judge dismissed a 41-year-old black man who was working in communications at corrections for providing inconsistent information about where he lived. Looking for right now by Fox 5 Lisa Evers on the ground outside of the courthouse. Lisa, why did this happen? Why did the judge rule to dismiss juror number 6?
On Oldwood? Mm-hmm.
Well, Eddie, the judge said that he decided to rule to dismiss this particular juror because he just did not like this whole idea of what they're calling the lack of candor, which is basically his conflicting statements about where he lived. Now, when he first went through the jury selection and deselection process at the beginning of the trial, this juror number 6, he told the court that he lived in the Bronx.
Diddy, the news. Diddy. Diddy.
Facilities. So that was the premise for him actually being eligible to be in the jury. This is the Southern District of New York. It is not the New Jersey district, which that state has a whole separate district. You have to live within the confines of this particular district and some neighboring counties in the surrounding New York City in order to even be eligible to be on the jury. So then he was first questioned, and he said, well, I'm living with my aunt in the Bronx. Then he later said, I'm living with my fiance and my baby in the Bronx. And then at another point, somewhere along the line, he told somebody, and it was reported it to the court as they were duty-bound to do, that he was living, had moved a couple of weeks ago. So this is now after the trial has already been underway, like several weeks. He moved to New Jersey with his fiance, and then when he was questioned about that, he said, well, I'm actually staying in the Bronx with my aunt for 3 or 4 nights or 5 nights out of the week while I'm working. So the whole idea that he just was not very clear-cut about this, with a consistent story from the very beginning, really raised a lot of eyebrows, because the fact that he might be questioning his eligibility to be a member of the jury, that would be a huge glaring mistake in terms of the trial. Now the judge said, he said this morning when he made that ruling to dismiss this juror, he said, I really wanted to be fair as possible about this, and I think that's one thing we've seen about Judge Subramanian since the very beginning. He wanted to be fair about it, but the inconsistencies, the
Alexa, what time is it?
were just too much.
It's 8:03 p.m.
If they've never been to New York, New Jersey is right across the bridge, right across the tunnel. There are a lot of people that work in the city who live in New Jersey and vice versa. It's basically a month or two away. So it's not a huge
Eight,
thing in terms of
oh,
lifestyle, but in terms
three.
of the court jurisdiction and the letter of
Eight,
the law, it is a
oh,
huge thing
three.
because it meant that he was not eligible.
Eight,
Now the defense team
oh,
was very upset
three.
about this because the judge took a number of
Eight,
days. But remember,
oh,
Andy, we talked about
three.
this early last week. This juror, the issue with this juror came up, was lingering over the courthouse and over the courtroom for several days. So over the weekend on Sunday night, Diddy's defense team sent a 14-page letter why this juror should be allowed to remain on the panel. And he's 41 years old. He's a black man. He said in his initial jury questionnaire.
It's 11:04, George.
Which of course
10 over there.
was Diddy's biggest hits. And then also reggaeton music. So it was a blow. This move was seen as a blow for the defense, even though the judge was doing it right straight down the line, saying, listen, this is, I'm trying to decide this on what's best for the case, what's best for the sense of justice in this, and we cannot abide by anyone even being suspected on the jury of not telling the truth. So that's what it came down to at the end, Andy.
Yeah, it's so very interesting. I mean, you mentioned you're not aware of the geography there in the New York, New Jersey area. And New Jersey's almost sometimes closer. It might be a shorter commute for people to get to the courthouse than those that are in the area in which this is. But we're moving full speed ahead. This is
Damn, Mimi. You think I ever tell y'all what I do for work? Ever. Never. I gotta keep some things to myself.
Have you ever heard of a president threatening a governor, like Governor Newsom, with arrest, and Karen Bass, with arrest? I mean, look at what is in front of you right now. Welcome to the Two Angry Men podcast. Mark, LA is on the verge of a riot.
Babe,
and I think
I got a lot of more.
exactly
No, you
Donald
don't.
Trump wants.
They don't grow that.
I don't disagree with you,
I can feel them. They're
because
hard.
clearly not enough people are sitting in the prison cell where you are right now. But
Yes.
apparently,
Mimi is an argument.
I am not in detention. But there are a lot of people who are in detention. And I have to tell you something. I mean, you and I go way, way back. I covered the LA riots. And there is a dynamic when something starts with protest and then turns into a riot. And the dynamic is this. There are people who have a cause initially, and they come out for that cause. But as soon as there is confrontation with law enforcement and things get out of hand in any way, there are opportunists who come along. And there are opportunists who want to turn it into supermarket sweep. And
and they start looting. And that's exactly what happened with the LA riots. Remember, it was on the heels of the Rodney King verdict. Reginald Denny was the flashpoint. And within a couple of hours, I remember being down there, just seeing people pulling TVs and whatnot out of stores, and it just became an opportunity. And then all of a sudden, the public looks at it, and they're confused because they just think it's a protest, so they think everybody who's doing this is part of that protest. So, it feels like this is right out of
Yes, TMZ tells the truth.
Trump talked about this during the election. He talked about calling in the National Guard. He specifically talked about Los Angeles, and even talking about bypassing the governor, which he did. So this feels pre-planned. Well, LA does, you talk Rodney King, I'm old enough, as are you, to remember when my dad was a DA in the 60s, the riots that happened back then as well. LA has a rich history of this, where it happens kind of almost every generation. And you are right that
Trey motherfucking Jones.
there is a very fine line, and once it gets crossed, then people expect and want that there's some kind of law and order, and there's always that kind of pendulum swing that happens when they didn't quite want that during what was happening during COVID, but they did want it back during Rodney King. They did want it during the Riots riots, and
Can I have 25 people like my life to get me to 100?
a little bit. I will tell you that
I love nature.
there hasn't, during the fires, there was,
Especially as long as I ain't got to be in the nature and I can watch it from a distance, I love it.
and there has not been any show of force until it appears that the Waymo cars were on fire. I don't know why that was, but it wasn't just the Waymo cars, and fires were different because there was no,
You know it, Mimi.
there was evacuation and there was upset. This is a specific cause. To me, it is like that Rodney King verdict.
Trey motherfucking Jones.
The interesting overlay for me is Gavin Newsom and Donald.
That's my jaws and my teeth. They're grinding.
I can tell you, I know this for a fact, and I know it for a fact, that Gavin Newsom cannot use the word Trump privately without the word fucking preceding it. Fucking Trump. Oh, Trump does call it. You saw it his last tweet. He calls it
Gruesome.
new scum. Yeah. And they do have, there's a familial connection as well. And
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yes, there was.
Say my name, say my name. When no one is around
There
you.
is a certain amount of theatrics here on both sides. I agree with you that the protest gets hijacked. There
Bye-bye.
is,
Can everyone double tap my live and help me get to 100 likes? I need 25 people. You ain't finna go nowhere. Shut up.
centralized to some degree. And downtown is kind of a flashpoint right now. Paramount before that was a flashpoint, which is kind of off the beaten path for a lot of people. And what you're seeing, I think, is something that was predicted. I was just talking to somebody this morning about it. The one thing that you know with Donald Trump is what you either voted or didn't vote for is what you're going to get. And Stephen Miller, who famously grew up on the west side of LA, knew exactly what he was doing. Trump knows, I think, exactly what he's doing. He's provoking Newsom by calling him new scum. Well, he's trying to arrest him. Yeah, trying to arrest him. Well, you saw the Maxine Waters. I'm shocked that they didn't arrest Maxine Waters yesterday because that would have been right into the playbook. Right. But look, here is the danger, I think, that, when during the Civil War in the 1800s, it was a very defined thing.
Who is Maxine Waters' family members?
And they were all kind of defined separate areas.
Come get her.
When you talk about immigration, and especially in Los Angeles, it's all interlaced. That 40% of the population is Latino, and then trying to distinguish between documented and undocumented, and the fact that there are Latinos, they don't live in one pocket, they live everywhere. And they may work in certain places and live in certain places, but if you think about the possibility of an uprising on either side, and I'm not saying it's just going to be on the side of immigrants, it could be on the other side, because I remember, I can tell you that during George Floyd, there were just a slew of people in Beverly Hills and West LA who went out and bought guns, and people, they're not used to this, and when they see something that scares them, they can overreact, and all it takes is one flashpoint for this to happen. Reginald Denny was one flashpoint.
People forget Reginald Denny. You remember who represented Reginald Denny to the folks? It was Johnny Cochran. The white guy. Yeah, it was Johnny Cochran who represented Reginald Denny, who famously, for those that maybe somebody will cut in, it was an awful video, but of him.
I'm not getting sleepy.
That caused subsequent prosecutions and things of that
I'm watching
nature.
TV.
But remember, we also
Y'all still here?
Did you know that the Living Spaces Sleep Center has an exclusive line of mattresses?
Can you help me get to 100 likes, guys?
To create and custom.
Can y'all at least get me to 80, please? If you're new here, it says 16 people. If you one of the 16 people, can you double tap my line? Come on. Oh, it went down to 9? Okay. Mr. White, you are always watching the news. That's good. I'm just digging in my nose.
Pacific Palisades now one more important step closer to normalcy. All evacuation orders now lifted 5 months after the devastating Palisades fire. That means roadblocks are down as the Palisades fully reopens to the public. Business owners.
It helps my page out.
Something they desperately need.
Pretty excited. Hopefully we'll get more traffic coming to this community, and we just trying to get this community back up again.
Joining me live now is Councilmember Tracy Park representing the Palisades. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to us about your thoughts on this final lifting of the evacuation orders in that area. I know people.
Tell me what y'all doing. Talk to me. What y'all doing?
Well,
Tell me something. Can y'all share the live to one person? Share it to your Twitter.
Final evacuation orders marks a really important milestone in the debris removal and recovery process in the Pacific Palisades. This has enabled us to reopen the area, which is really important as we transition from the cleanup phase into the rebuilding phase. It creates opportunities for our business community that is desperate to
Come on, y'all. We almost at 80.
a really great opportunity for more and
Help
more
us.
residents with standing homes to actually get back.
And make it easier on them. Now, some neighbors have expressed some safety concerns.
You know it, Mimi. That's hilarious.
Isn't the department stretched very thin right now?
Our
So
department
do.
is stretched incredibly thin.
I want more and more and more and more and more.
That we struggle with is the ability to respond.
You just chilling, Mr. White?
Multiple incidents in multiple
You
places.
ate your leftovers?
With the civil unrest,
I'm a fat ass.
challenges over
I'll
the
eat
last
again.
week and a half.
What y'all want me to eat?
Police chief had to make some decisions about the deployment
Cereal? Y'all want to see me eat some cereal? I'm finna eat again. Y'all want to see me eat cereal? I eat all day. Can't nobody eat more than me. Who on here could I eat me? They said no cereal. Bitch, you don't tell me what to do. You dirty, stanky Bigfoot bitch. I'm just playing. I like to talk shit too, y'all. He said, damn. I like to talk shit too. Y'all, thank you so much for finding my channel.
LAPD is taking security very, very seriously, but the good news is we had no reported crime over the weekend during this transition period. So that's hopeful news.
In the freezer, I got a Snicker. I got a Snicker bar, I think. I don't have no ice cream or nothing, or do I? I think I ate my ice cream for breakfast. Yes, ice cream for breakfast. I had ice cream for breakfast. I don't eat no motherfucking pizza bites. That's white folks stuff. I ain't racist, but black folks don't. I don't like pizza rolls. I don't fuck with all that. I don't really like frozen shit like that anyway. I'm not racist. We don't have no Tostinos over here. When you watch them commercials, it's only white folks. We don't have that shit in our house. Whew.
Yeah, I would imagine that will speed up as the process moves along. Councilmember Tracy Park, thank you again for joining this evening.
Summer fun is around every turn at the all-new Dave & Buster's. We can never before see themes like Hot Wheels Victory
Why
Lap.
is you waving at them folks? They don't know you.
Because the camera pointed dead at me, so I'm going away.
A nationwide race with players across the country.
Them folks do not know you.
Zoom up the new leaderboard and
All right. We got Eminem Crunch. He said he's an artist. He ain't no artist. Talking that shit about Tostinos. What's bro drawing? What you drawing?
You said what I'm drawing? Titties.
Show them.
I don't want to get you.
It ain't gonna do bad.
Now a new justice environment ICE agents sworn a popular LA County swap meet. President Trump calls for the expansion of immigration.
They want to see what you drawing.
In the big city. Thanks for joining us.
Y'all like his hair?
And I'm Liz Parker.
Double tap.
To ramp up enforcement comes after widespread no.
You put the M&Ms in the yogurt.
KTLA Vice Chairman Chang is live in downtown LA with the latest on the ICE activity.
More on that in just a moment, but first I want to show you live here outside of the federal building in downtown Los Angeles. You can see that the Marines are guarding this building. They did transition over the past few days from the National Guard out here to the Marines. Right now, as you can see, things are quiet out here after demonstrations and an ice raid over the weekend.
I like white guys, but I don't date one.
There's people scared. They went into
They like their nasty chocolate cake hair.
We're all hardworking people. It's not fair what's going on. And that was a vendor describing what she experienced when ICE agents dressed in military gear raided a popular swap meet in Santa Fe Springs Saturday afternoon. At this point, it's unknown how many people were arrested.
We had 80.
Or who agents were initially targeting.
Can y'all help me get to 100?
I saw one thing when they say they're taking away criminals.
Do y'all want me to go to VidCon? VidCon is in Anaheim. Are they gonna let people stream when they come to VidCon? Should I go to VidCon and stream for y'all?
Over the weekend, thousands took to the streets to continue protesting the ongoing ICE raids. There were demonstrations in downtown Los Angeles and many other communities.
We're going to VidCon.
The no-case protests in LA Saturday were peaceful for hours, but took a turn in the afternoon when law enforcement began ordering demonstrators to disperse from the area around the federal buildings in downtown. Officers used flashbangs and tear gas
That's what you said.
Some protesters became unruly and threw objects like rocks.
He don't care.
Now, the Department of Homeland Security
He gonna take y'all serious.
in part that claims that individuals have been targeted by law enforcement because of their skin color are disgusting and categorically false, and went on to say that the Department of Homeland Security enforcement operations are highly targeted. We know who we are targeting ahead of time. Meanwhile, President Trump has directed federal immigration officials to prioritize deportations from Democratic-led cities. On social media, the president posted this, take a look, calling on ICE officials to do all in their power to achieve the very important goal of delivering the single largest mass deportation program in history. He added that officials must expand efforts to detain and deport illegal aliens in America's
He said, show your drawing.
such as Los Angeles, Chicago,
Show your drawing.
New York, where millions upon millions of illegal aliens reside. Back to your life.
Come on, it's zoomed in.
The administration is making some adjustments, though sources say that ICE has been directed to pause raids.
Oh, why is it so close? Like
It's zoomed in. Come on.
Because of the impact that the enforcement is having
That's
on those
it.
industries. Reporting live in downtown, Kimberly Chang, KTLA.
I wasn't expecting it to be that close.
Kimberly, thank you. Meantime, the LAPD says they have made hundreds of arrests during immigration enforcement protests since June 7th. The new number is coming after millions of people marched across the U.S. in mostly peaceful No Kings rallies on Saturday. The LAPD says 38 people were arrested Saturday, mainly for curfew violations. 561 people have been arrested in downtown LA in connection with protest-related activities since June 7th. At least 12 officers have suffered injuries during the demonstrations in the last week.
Israel launched Operation Rising Line, targeted.
Now I'm done. I need more. This ain't enough.
The Iranian threat to Israel's very survival.
This ain't enough.
Decades, the tyrants of Tehran raised
This ain't enough.
called Israel's destruction. They backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop.
They said wonderful, dope.
recent years,
Having a blast, ain't he?
and not highly enriched
Yeah, not gonna lie, it's dope. Look.
atom bombs.
You basically want to say that's bullshit, huh?
What?
He said your drawing bullshit. What is it?
Have suffered
Let me see it.
injuries during the demonstrations in the last week. Also this
I didn't see
afternoon,
it.
President Trump is looking to make tariff deals as he attends the G7 summit.
And the meeting up in Canada brings together leaders from some of the strongest nations to discuss the global economy.
Okay, it's flowers. It's okay. What it do, cuzzo?
Hi there, Lou and Glenn.
What it do?
This gathering is being held this year in Alberta, Canada, and what's the
Awesome view from Dawsonville. Double tap my live. Let me get to 100.
President Trump and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney have begun their bilateral meetings on the sidelines of the G7 summit. And take a look at this. Carney opened the meeting this morning with the key 7 players by saying that this is a turning point in history. As host, Canada has invited several allied countries, including Ukraine, Mexico, South Africa, India, and Australia to the meeting, in addition to the 7
We're going to VidCon, y'all.
When asked about Russia during the summit, the president said there is simply too much water over the dam to invite Russia back to the group. He is, however, considering inviting China to become a G7 member. Prior to the meeting, Carney emphasized that his country of Canada would never be up for sale.
Come on, y'all. Let's go to VidCon. Since you telling people to remove my likes, we're going to remove you to play with you a bit. Now you can't talk for 24 hours. Let's play with you a bit, bitch. You going to be the only person play with. Yeah. Let's play with you a bit. Now, how you feel? You feel played as a motherfucker, don't you? You can't type. All you can do is take your like back. Hello? All you can do is take your like back. That's it. You can't even type. Stupid ass.
Now, prior to the meeting,
What y'all doing?
also took questions from reporters about immigration and ICE deportations. Trump said that major cities like Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles will need major focus. Now, back after live last week, President Trump also said on social media that he is willing to exempt agricultural and hotel industries from his
Please get us to 100 likes, guys. Please help me. If you're new to my live, just double tap for me. Please help me get a like.
Alina, thank you.
Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it.
Deadly shooting spree targeting 2 Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota has now been captured.
57-year-old Vance Walter is in custody.
I'm finna get off of here, y'all. I done cooked with y'all. I done ate with y'all. I done did all this good stuff with y'all. I gotta go. Y'all can't even get me to 100 likes. I'm definitely finna go. Y'all don't fuck with me. All I asked for was 100 likes. Nobody won't even get me to 100. A Honda. You gonna see me for dinner tomorrow?
Today here in New York City, but we are here, and we gotta stay oiled up. I don't got my oil on today because I got a long sleeve shirt on, but you know what I mean? It's always standing by.
I feel like I gotta wait till I get my likes. I gotta wait.
Excuse me, I think we got a little oiled up last night. A little too oily, okay? Let me be clear with y'all. I'm not playing with y'all tonight. Tonight is going to be probably a quicker live because I got no sleep after that freak off. Okay? If you guys weren't here, we had Slash on last night.
I'm appreciative to everyone over here. I'm just talking noise. I'm just talking noise. I'm appreciative. There's nothing that you can do to change the amount of likes if you've already liked it. You can only like the video once. Like when you tap and you like the video, not giving it hearts or anything. I'm saying people who like it. It's mainly people who like come in here 1 or 2 times, they gotta like the live. I understand though, sometimes people just don't wanna like it. And that's acceptable. I get the likes that I get. But it helps out my video. It helps a lot when I get likes. That's why I always ask for the likes.
I'm looking like this, I'm looking down. I was smiling this video because I was just gagging that it was so much going on. And let me be clear here, okay? First of all, ladies and gentlemen in the back, okay? Y'all know that I was asking the questions that y'all wanted to know. And when I throw this scoop back, y'all know y'all wanted me to have him scoop back. Because if I didn't, y'all would have been thinking, talking about I'm flirting. No, that was you projecting on me, okay? And so you were flirting through me. And so I held you down. You know, if anything, I was over there gagging by the amount of curse words he kept using after we had a conversation about him not using those words. And according to him, he was taking it PG-13. So anyway, but shout out to Flash. I enjoyed the interview. It's one of my favorite ones. You know, it was a good time. And so we gotta move into today. But before we move into today, we gotta take a word from the Dutch. All right, Duchess, get it.
All my weekends, they bring the tea.
All my weekends, they bring the tea.
All my weekends, they bring the tea. Down to the courthouse, they bring the tea.
CNN humiliates the land of our country.
You're one of those people that saves money by watching the ads. You must become like Kaya. Kaya! You did the deal!
I'm gonna say that.
Kaya compares hundreds of travel sites to find great deals on flights, cars, and hotels.
I'm tripping out. You sick, bro? What's wrong with you, that girl, Missy Boo? Why you sick? Double tap that live, guy. Help me get to 100. I know what you need. You need some of these. You need some of these.
Although California has a concerning habit of producing some of the most dim-witted, subpar politicians at an egregiously high frequency. But today, the mayor of LA might have just taken the top spot after she went on CNN to downplay the riots that have been going on for 4 days, making some of the most bizarre statements I think the reporters have ever heard because they were utterly in disbelief, like saying that federal law doesn't apply in Los Angeles. All the clips in this video are from one singular interview with the mayor of LA on CNN. By the end of this, you will understand how these riots happen, how they're allowed to happen, and why they're going to continue unless Donald Trump does so. As always, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let's start with the mayor of LA saying how these riots wouldn't have happened if the Trump administration would just let them break the law.
Well, I just have to say that if you dial back time and go to Friday,
I said, oh my nigga.
here, we would not have.
I think the mayor of Los Angeles should be protected. I think she is a beautiful woman of color. I think that without her, we wouldn't be able to see how things would play out if somebody of that indigenous color and background didn't get a chance to do what she's doing. I don't think she's doing a good job, but I don't necessarily think she's doing a horrible job. I think she deserves a little chance. But I do think she should decide to not run again. I don't think that mayor should run ever again in politics. I think she should become a nanny.
That following the law is optional. These riots wouldn't have happened if these raids wouldn't have happened. Well, these raids wouldn't have happened if LA County wasn't harboring 1 million illegal immigrants. They believe illegal immigrants are entitled to live in California, and the federal government has absolutely no say in that. These are the people who will pass laws that allow you to avoid arrest if you shoplift under $1,000 of merchandise. Because their perverted, radical, racist philosophy is that any kind of criminality is a result of poverty. And because black people and brown people are the poorest demographic, any enforcement of rules and laws is therefore racist. But here she continues to express her extreme frustration and confusion as to why the federal government is enforcing the law.
Governor Newsom has said that President Trump is, quote, putting fuel on the fire. And you call the deployment of National Guard troops to your city a chaotic escalation. Why is this an escalation?
Well, again, it's an escalation.
Oh my nigga. Hey y'all. Can y'all like the live?
It wasn't a drug den, it was a Home Depot. It was places where people are working. So what was the point of doing this? And then knowing that in a city like Los Angeles, and we've talked about this for a long time, that has a very sophisticated, long-term immigrant rights organizations and institutions, that if these random raids were going to happen, then there was going to be the danger of a backlash.
So basically, she believes it's justified and to be
Yeah, I was working out.
that if federal law is upheld in Los Angeles, there will be violent riots to protest. So when you have the mayor and the governor publicly applauding these riots, and declaring that LAPD will not assist in stopping the obstruction of these protesters, what choice does Donald Trump have other than to call in the National Guard? You guys are allowing riots to break out in the street because your hope is that enough pressure will be put on ICE agents that will give up enforcing the law. And your lawlessness can
Shout outs cost $1,500.
care that you've decided illegal immigration isn't a problem and isn't worth being taken care of. Being an illegal immigrant in the United States is a federal crime. It's not a state crime. California can't just unilaterally decide that illegal immigration into America is fine. And these weird sanctuary city laws that don't allow law enforcement to cooperate with federal agents on immigration is just weird and unconstitutional. And even then, not assisting ICE agents with, say, immigrations is a lot different than letting a riot break out in the street, allowing people to get violent with federal agents and leaving them to defend themselves, hoping that they'll back off. Now here she is saying one of the dumbest things on this interview.
Given the point where it has escalated to, do you think the National Guard is needed now?
No, I don't think the National Guard is needed now. Things in LA are calm. I will tell you that I'm saddened by the extent of the vandalism in the form of graffiti all through
the downtown area, but it is important for people to know that even in downtown, this is isolated to a few streets.
It's so dumb to say it's only isolated to a few streets.
Double tap your eye.
Yeah, the few streets are all surrounding the federal building that the rioters are attacking, throwing Molotovs, throwing commercial-grade fireworks, bricks, bottles, rocks. They are trying to surround and take over a federal building, and you won't send your local police department to try to stop it, and you don't think the National Guard is needed. It shows that these rioters are professional agitators. The point of sending in the National Guard is so that everybody realizes it's time to go home. This is over. But Karen Bass's logic is, if they send the National Guard, that'll just make the rioters even more violent.
Hey, Drew.
Basically trying to compel anarchy by force. It's funny because earlier she said no National Guard is needed because right now there aren't any riots. But as I've been recording this, a riot has broken out for the fourth straight night, and it's expected to get more violent as the sun goes down. And now Trump has deployed 700 Marines to bolster the presence down there because everybody's tired of this reckless lawlessness that California is engaging in. Now, this is where they embarrass her so bad, contradicting her "everything is all fine in LA" statement by playing a clip of the LA police chief saying there actually is widespread violence and they are overwhelmed.
All right, I'm gonna play some sound from Police Chief Jim McDonald. Let's listen.
It is violence that I've seen. It's disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable.
Whoever did that needs to have 10 years, 10 years minimum in prison.
It's the same exact thing that happened when LA was burning to the ground. The mayor was just blatantly lying, telling everybody that what they were seeing with their own eyes wasn't real. And then the actual people on the ground contradict her publicly because they understand that the situation is bad. And they're the ones who have to deal with it. They can't just get away with
All right, man. I cook. You can put the food up. Okay? Thank you.
Things can get even worse. That's California politicians for you. Really, the entire Democrat Party was infected by that culture of dishonesty. We see protesters shooting fireworks at law enforcement, throwing Molotov cocktails, lighting cars on fire, and they have the gall to get on live TV and say these are peaceful protests. Now let's listen to her respond to what the police chief said, and these CNN reporters really grilled her here.
Back to
This year, we're hearing a lot about government efficiency. To follow the debate, it helps to have data and facts. Don't hit that skip.
back to what we just heard from the LAPD chief. You said that you're totally in sync with the police chief. He is saying that he's overwhelmed, that his forces are overwhelmed. What more do you need to hear from him? To bring in more resources, to bring him the support that he is saying he needs.
Well, what I was saying is that the support he has called on, and he has received that support from the sheriff's department and from other police departments. And so I do not believe that he was describing a situation where we cannot bring it under control here. I think you should talk to him a little bit further. But what we are seeing, for example, there's nothing happening on our streets now. On Saturday, when this decision was being contemplated, there was nothing happening on our streets. As I mentioned, that evening, there was a protest that got out of hand. It was a protest of 100 people. None of that warrants federal intervention, and that's my point.
Right, but you also acknowledge that you don't know if there's going to be other immigration raids in the city. So, I mean, that raises the question, what are you doing to prepare for that potential scenario? There could be more violence ahead.
Prepare? A California politician, you expect them to prepare? That would require
a little bit of competence at least. I mean, lack of preparation is what led to Los Angeles burning down. California politicians don't think, they don't plan, they just virtue signal and implement the most radically woke policies you could ever think of. They don't care if these policies ruin Los Angeles. They just want to talk about how good, kind they are. It's so intentional that they always talk about illegal immigrants as just immigrants. LA is a pro-immigrant city. These are hard-working immigrants. These are people who broke into our country illegally, completely disregarded our policies and our procedures, giving a giant middle finger to one of our most important cultural values, rule of law, undercutting American wages, draining federal and state welfare systems designed to help Americans and then riot in the streets, waving the flag of the country that was supposedly so bad you had to run for your life from. They don't want to be American. They like the comforts of living in America, especially when deranged Democrats are creating policies that prioritize these illegal immigrants at the expense of their normal citizens. But they want to keep their language. They want to keep all their customs, all their values. Like every time I go to McDonald's, the person handing me my food doesn't speak any English. Is it too much to ask for that when I go to a national food chain in the United States, I should expect them to be able to speak English? It's not like I'm going to some mom and pop Mexican restaurant. It's because Democrats hate Western culture. They hate America. They think we're evil imperialists. They subscribe that we stole this land from us and they have the right to be here. They subscribe to the philosophy that all of the world's problems are because of America. Therefore, all the people who live in these poor countries who are poor because of America have a right to come here and drain our resources. Again, it's the racist worldview that they hold, that any person who is white or any culture that is white is bad, and all the black and brown ones are good, and they'd otherwise be rich and prosperous nations if it wasn't for America. So they have a right to illegally break into our country and live the life that they deserve. It's pure nonsense. But the last thing I'm going to show you is them hitting Mayor Karen Bass with the ultimate smackdown, showing her a poll that shows Americans are in favor of deporting illegal immigrants and asking her if she's the one who's out of touch.
I want to share the CBS poll. It shows 54% of Americans approve of the Trump administration's program to deport illegal immigrants. A minority, 46%, disapprove. Are Democrats out of touch on this issue?
Well, I think if you look at the polling in Los Angeles, I'm not sure it would be that way, considering we are a city of immigrants. And then people might approve that policy, but do people really approve the federal government coming in and seizing power from the state and from the city? So I drilled down a little further on that poll because I do not believe that Americans support.
Why would they embarrass the mayor like that on national television?
See, the Democrats are so out of touch because they can't for a second imagine that people think differently than them. No, not everyone thinks illegal immigration is fine and dandy. If they did, Donald Trump wouldn't have won. No, we don't care about the sob stories of hardship. Basically, 70% of the world has a sob story. And no, we're not upset at the methods in which Donald Trump is using to achieve this goal. Joe Biden treasonously let in 20 million illegal immigrants in a 4-year period, completely overwhelming the country. But we're supposed to conduct deportations in a way that appeases Democrats. They'll say, yeah, we support deporting the violent gang members and criminals, but these people overwhelmingly live in sanctuary cities.
Get hooked up on everyday spending with catch-up offers.
This summer at Dave & Buster's,
Anybody in here?
racing games, you're going head-to-head
Where are my moderators at?
competition. Every win
What's up, Roman?
one step closer to victory. So
Anti-ice rioters stormed an Oregon ICE office over the weekend, and they hurled fireworks, smoke grenades. Walks of federal agents, several officers were. First, rioters used a stop sign as a battering ram and shattered a glass door of that building. Authorities officially declared a riot and made multiple arrests there. This has gone to a new level.
Thank you, Roman. Everybody double tap that live. If you're still here, let me know what time it is where you're at.
Warning moments ago, and I quote him, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. As Iran is warning that a ninth wave of attacks against Israel is now underway and will continue until dawn. This is now the fifth night of attacks between the two countries. And just moments ago, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth posting on social media, and I quote, he said, I directed the deployment of additional capabilities to the Middle East region. So what does that mean? Now we know.
I want to see myself on the news.
Demonstrations are already underway across the nation to protest the actions of President Donald Trump. And there are at least 30 so-called No Kings rallies scheduled across Southern California, the biggest one expected to be in downtown LA. King County's reporter Elise Martinez is live in downtown LA ahead of today's rally. And Elise, how's it looking out there?
Good morning. Right now the streets are empty, but it's very, very loud. We are on 7th and Hope in downtown LA in front of the Joey's Bar and Restaurant. And these workers, you can see they are busy boarding up this restaurant and boarding up those windows ahead of the big protest. And we kind of want to show you.
Hack the internet and change your accommodation.
Thank you.
Did you know that the Living Spaces Sleep Center has an exclusive line of mattresses? We work directly with our manufacturer.
And we are now looking at a live look again from downtown LA, I believe, where we want to check in with Jennifer McGraw, who has been on the ground talking to people there as well. Jen, what can you tell us now?
Omar, we've seen thousands of people out here today. The crowds were all over downtown Los Angeles as part of this No Kings national event. It is a protest against, obviously, ICE being here in Los Angeles. Many people I've been speaking with tell me they're in fear for their families with ICE coming into their communities. And so that's why they're out here today. All walks of life are in solidarity with them, showing their support. Can you talk to me real quick? We're live with KTLA. We just want to hear about your thoughts on what's going on right now.
Honestly, I don't know what to say, but we support the community. It's an injustice, you know? Every people here work.
Demonstrations are already underway across the nation to protest the actions of President Donald Trump. And there are at least 30 so-called No Kings rallies scheduled across Southern California, the biggest one expected to be in downtown LA. King County's reporter Elise Martinez is live in downtown LA ahead of today's rally. And Elise, how's it looking out there?
Good morning. Right now the streets are empty, but it's very, very loud. We are on 7th and Hope in downtown LA in front of the Now you are looking live again as protesters, a group of
Good night.
truly great products you need. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Just them holding their own, kind of looking at the crowd to see if there are any agitators. Hold up. To my right here, yeah, you know, this is what happens. I can't see what happened prior to that, but clearly these officers came up and went into the crowd either to grab someone or at least to get close to someone. We'll take a step back. Take a step back. So this is what happens, right? So there was a lady and a woman over here who have been yelling at them for the better part.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kathy Barra in for Carolyn Johnson tonight. Now, this is happening as night 2 of a curfew in downtown LA is in effect until 6 a.m. We saw arrests just after that curfew put into effect. And tonight, a standoff with police just 5 miles away in Koreatown. NBC4's Robert Kavasik is there. And Robert, are these people who made the trek from downtown LA, or is this a separate protest altogether?
Same
As you
people.
were just talking to me, Kathy, a gentleman was just telling me that he was one of the people that made his way 4.7 miles from downtown Los Angeles to right here where we're standing.
This live right now?
Have now made their way to Koreatown and know this intersection, this popular intersection at Western and Beverly, this busy intersection is empty. The LAPD just leaving. This is some of the evidence that is left behind, the foam batons that were fired onto this crowd. We understand dispersal orders were given. We've heard that. And as you take a look at some video, you see the confrontation that was had here between those protesters who left the curfew zone and then made their way here. And then finally, there was
Look at Jessica.
and a skirmish line with members of the LAPD.
I wonder, do she know she on the news?
Who left the curfew zone and then made their way here.
Right there with that backpack on, that Nike backpack. That's Jessica.
There was take a look at some video. You see the confrontation that was had here between those protesters who left the curfew zone and then made their way here. And then finally, there was a standoff and a skirmish line with members of the LAPD. This continued till just about 10:45 tonight when members of Metro PD came down and said, everybody needs to get out, everybody needs to get out now. And we don't believe we saw any arrests here in Koreatown tonight, but certainly they dispersed and they dispersed quickly. But we do want to take you now back to the curfew zone if we can. This is just after 8 o'clock, as soon as the curfew started tonight, about a dozen people you see there outside of Superior Court. This would be on the streets surrounding Hill and First.
Oh, nice. Taking very shot. First, you need to dress for success and make sure you bring the right.
Yes. Okay. So this afternoon, the California Highway Patrol got reports of pedestrians illegally entering the freeway on US 101, constituting a public safety hazard. March 10th, the California Highway Patrol responded and arrested and detained 67 individuals for failing to
They might tell her to move already. A couple times. Cars be coming in and out of it.
I thought they made her sit down.
Mm-mm. When I was going there, people was laying right there and everything.
Oh, you was at this one? You seen her?
It was people laying down there and everything. They do that every day.
Yeah,
They being
can't I go?
disrespectful so they can make the cops fall and shit. They being disrespectful. Laying right there, rolling over on the cop's shoes and shit. They doing all type of little sneaky shit to touch the cop. Spitting on them. All that. I can't breathe. They done it for going down there.
Them causing traffic is stupid. That makes sense why one always be back there.
By now, you've probably seen our surfer logo. And for 20 years, we've been
I wonder if he knew he was gonna make news worldwide. He was gonna be the head of everybody's newspaper. I don't think he even knew. He was just up on top of that car doing shit. He on the front cover of everybody. I don't think he knew that shit was gonna go viral like that. They're going to jail. What if I pay you, though? To do something. $3.
How much?
$3.
$3 for 3 pools. Are they throwing stuff with them?
Mm-hmm.
You seen that?
Me and Lucky left, remember? I came home. As soon as me and Lucky left, that's when that happened.
Wasn't that last Sunday?
Just know that's when you went to your daddy's house and me and Lucky was out there. That's when they was damaging, doing all of this was happening while me and Lucky was out there. That right there, they were damaging. I showed you all them Waymos that they had fucked up. Then they stopped them bitches on fire. As soon as we came home.
It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there the wrong way and turn what is just a bunch of people.
I'm actually glad I wasn't out there.
Into a massive confrontation and altercation between officers and demonstrators.
Something like a Waymo, just based off of some of that hardware again that we see at the very top of the car. We see some of those things spinning on top of cameras, sensors, and the likes. We see some of these protesters posing for photos in front of this burning vehicle. sit on these images for a moment?
Shout out Raymo X. Shout out Roman X. They was throwing scooters at the car. Looks like I was trying to wake you up and tell you.
She was standing there.
A lot of people was doing that.
What is that?
Jailhouse. They was breaking in the city hall, the police station. He already in jail though. That's the LAPD department. He in jail.
Hopefully Waymo. Yeah, he's fucking out.
All of them going to jail. That's crazy. How's that, Trey? I'm glad they was recording. That's how they got caught.
All them people?
Mm-hmm. This fat ass on lose. The food was good. Like the live, guys. I'm trying to get to 100 likes before I go to sleep. Jalen, can you pass me my Snick out the freezer and my apple juice out the fridge? And the Starburst too. Everything must be dealt with. Must be dealt with. Oh. They blew their ass. Oh! He hit him in the head with a, what you call it? Listen to the cameraman coughing. Can y'all give me 90 likes? 90? I need 4 more likes. Can 4 people like my live?
First check kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites, then do what people do. Recheck sites kayak already checked.
Well, out of the curfew going into effect, the LAPD clashed with a large group of protesters at LA City Hall.
That's right. KCAL's Lori Perez was there and saw it all happen. Lori.
That's right. That was about at 7 p.m. where we are right outside City Hall on Broadway. We saw crews aggressively moving to break up the crowd that was really growing. I mean, there were several hundred people that they had to get control of. And the LA Times is reporting LAPD declared an unlawful assembly. We do a video to show you. And then moved into the crowd firing less lethal weapons. It quickly escalated with people running and shouting as dozens of officers and mounted police marched. There was lots of yelling and surprise from many in the crowd who were shouting, "This is a peaceful protest. What are you doing?" And where we are tonight, there is no protest at all anymore. It does seem, as Gio was saying, the curfew has been effective, at least for tonight. For days now, the heart of downtown Los Angeles has seen thousands of protesters spilling onto the streets in fury and fear over recent ICE sweeps. People are going to pick that at work, at school. Truly, it's just like terrorizing people. Most have made their presence felt loudly but peacefully, promoting nonviolence, they say, even and especially in the face of what they see as inhumanity.
I mean, I'm just mortified over what's happening right now. I'm the child of immigrants. My mom is now legal, but she didn't come here legally. My fiance is also the child of immigrants. They fled persecution in another country. I think our country stands for welcoming immigrants, and that's really what this is about.
But as the temperature and rhetoric has risen, especially after the federal deployment of the California National Guard and the Marines, others have acted out, getting into dangerous confrontations with law enforcement, hurling rocks and fireworks at officers who return fire with less lethal weaponry. And then there's block after block of paint and profanity. Some protesters leaving a trail of vandalism. One man told us he doesn't agree with it, but he understands it.
Even though there has been some destruction of property, all the property in the United States is not compared to a single life that's being abused in these facilities.
Maybe not, but Mayor Karen Bass is not standing for it. She imposed a regional curfew to try to restore order in the overnight hours. It's in place from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. across most of downtown Los Angeles.
So let me just say that the emergency declaration that I signed yesterday does not have a time limit to it. And so the curfews will go on as long as they are needed. But you know, it's really kind of interdependent on what the response is from the federal side. If there are raids that continue, if there are soldiers marching up and down our streets, I would imagine that the curfew will continue.
But of course, there is another price that downtown Los Angeles
You
pays
smoking?
as long as the curfew is in place.
Me
As
too.
long as there is a law enforcement and military presence on the street. And that is businesses who are losing customers and business as long as it persists. So, you know, that means a lot of those small mom and pop businesses that are so frequent in, you know, the Arts District and in Little Tokyo, all of those businesses are losing out as this continues. We are live in downtown Los Angeles. I'm Lori Harris. Back to you.
Lori, thank you so much.
Israel launched Operation Rising Line, targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's
Hi.
very survival.
All right, we're going to turn back.
Right now at 5:30, downtown vandalism and looting has some business owners calling for a curfew, but after-hours businesses say it's a major blow to their bottom line.
Well, they're struggling to make adjustments and stay afloat. NBC4's Carmen Dickerson is downtown for us. Carmen.
She looked damn well.
Businesses are really trying to adapt, struggling to change it up, to make sure that they can balance their competing interests. On the one hand, they have to keep themselves and their staff safe.
She
On
looked
the
damn
other
well.
hand, they are also having to make sure that they
Well, I ain't
keep
trying
their
to talk about
employees on
her.
the payroll, pay their rent.
Well, she's
And it's
beautiful.
all just
She
a
not
really
ugly.
hard thing for them to find a balance.
She not ugly, but she need to. She know damn well.
Opening up her
For
downtown
her hair?
Mm-hmm.
goes away
Not her.
loading a
The actual news reporter.
I just opened this place a couple of days ago. I haven't even been able to announce to people because of this, because I feel like it's not a time to tell them like, hey, I got to get this, you know.
Williamson Lounge is the expansion of Coastway's business next door. 464 Burger, a late-night eatery, typically open 6 p.m. to 2 in the morning. Those hours cut drastically short by the downtown curfew, now in place for about a 1 mile area.
What's up, Jordan?
Situation, we decided to open in the daytime instead.
What you talking about, catnap?
So, yeah, but nobody knows that we open in the daytime, so you know, it's definitely active to us.
Tuesday evening, Mayor Terzac made the announcement that I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles. Until further notice, downtown is closed to non-residents between 8 at night and 6 in the morning. This in response to widespread vandalism that devolved into looting of over 20 downtown businesses Monday night. By Tuesday, some businesses and the historic Port Business Improvement District were home for a curfew. By Thursday, other businesses were expressing how hard that curfew was hitting them. The Marquisa posting to social media, the curfew is hurting our livelihood.
Some businesses tell us
Huh.
it's hard to know what the right approach is. For example, this business has to now close down 4 hours early. They're closing down at 7 to give their employees enough time to get out of here before the curfew goes into effect. But that means cutting employees' hours and loss of business. On the other hand, they say they've been hit before by vandalism, and they're concerned about damage to their storefront.
Her.
Josue says she's also had to reduce her employees' hours, but she understands the challenging times people in many walks of life in Los Angeles are facing.
Safety comes first, you know, nobody want to get hurt, so I think the curfew may be necessary, but I just hope that nobody will do really.
So what kind of help is
Why was he going national TV like that?
about that matter, looking at assistance for businesses that have been affected by the looting and the vandalism. Reporting live from downtown, I'm Carmen Dickerson, NBC4 News.
Carmen Dickerson, you need your ass whooped.
It is another day of heavy law enforcement presence in downtown Los Angeles following several days of protests.
Because she's not even ugly.
Alex Rozier joining us live now with more on
It's just
what
that
he is
hair.
saying today in downtown. Alex.
Yeah, Kathy, one thing to make very clear right away here is that the overwhelming majority of this massive city that is Los Angeles is having a Thursday that's pretty business as usual. And even here, right next to LA City Hall, the police headquarters, the area most impacted, it's looking quite normal. And the small signs, like right here on the federal building, the steps that's now being protected by members of the National Guard. That's one sign of what we've been seeing over the past week in a small portion of downtown. But I want to show you more of what we witnessed down here today. If you drove downtown today, you'll notice many exits are blocked by the California Highway Patrol. LAPD officers are outside protecting City Hall, while the National Guard stood on the steps of the Roybal Federal Building, face to face with protesters focused on their mission to protect federal property. David was among the small group of protesters here today. The Mexican-American Navy veteran says he's upset about the increased immigration enforcement in Los Angeles, but he's trying to remain optimistic.
You know, I feel like I've been a little bit more hateful the last couple of weeks, you know, and that's not my, kind of like my personality. So I'm always hopeful that, you know, there's a safe, positive resolution. So
as protests continue, graffiti lined the walls of several buildings.
The fact that people are protesting is one thing, the fact that they're destructive is a completely different thing.
Valerie Hanley runs Casa California on Olvera Street. Olvera Street was very quiet today, with ongoing immigration enforcement, protests, and vandalism nearby.
Like the live guys.
And customers are too concerned to come out.
It's pretty much like 8 or 10 of us are open today. The protests really kind of hurt the area. The fact that people just don't want to come, they're afraid of the area, and it takes a long time to recover that.
Girl, shut the fuck up. You can close that shop for a couple of days. Y'all ain't making no money like that, no way.
Out of school, you know, parents would want to come down.
Ain't nobody writing that shit like that. Stop lying on that protest.
That's we're bringing back out live here at the intersection of Los Angeles and Temple, about a block from LA City Hall. You can see a small group of protesters that just arrived at this
You wanna do something,
intersection.
babe?
And we've
Well, we finna go to sleep.
I'll do a couple. But it's gonna be the last time. You should ask me next question.
You said that's gonna be the last time you ever do them?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because you need to say extra tissue. Every other 2 days isn't doing it.
What about every twice a month?
That's still not. That's all for that.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna see y'all later. All right.